Het Rico in die namiddag na 6 by die huis gekom van Brother Lou af.
According to him, Rickman came home after 6 from Father Lowe,
Brother Lou.
Brother Lowe.
And at the end of the interview with Buddha, did you, before you interviewed Kelly, did you come or draw any conclusion?
Edel Agbaar het daar het rode ligte by my aangegaan.
Red lights flickered at me, my lord.
Spesifiek oor die vraag wat ek aan hom gestel het oor sy verhouding met Joshlin.
Specific about the question I asked him about his relationship with Joshlin.
As ek nou daaraan dink, hy was ook kommer gewees oor dat hy nie vir my spesifieke tyd of tye kon gee soos dinge gebeur het daai dag nie.
There was also some concern to me, my lord, that he could not give specific times of the happenings of the day.
Van die verdwyning van 'n kind in 'n, ek sal sê, 'n familie. Mense is geneig om tye wanneer by die huis gekom het, wanneer hulle ontdek het hulle kind is weg, familielid. Hulle is baie spesifiek op dit en ook dat mense is geneig is om, because dit het uitgestaan vir die dag van die maandag, dat sulke goed behoort onthou te word.
Because, my lord, people become really concerned about when a child is lost. For instance, a person they also have the understanding that the person may know the times when the person where the child had lost. And this became important to me that Monday night.
En asook sy noue verhouding met Joshlin, Kelly en die kinders, omdat hy saam met hulle gewoon het, of hulle saam gewoon het, so stel.
And also the relationship he had with Joshlin and Kelly and the kids since they were residing together.
Did you ask him about the relationship between him and Kelly specifically?
Het u hom gevra oor die verhouding tussen homself en Kelly?
Nee, laat maar.
No, my lord.
Now we're at the interview of Kelly again on that Sunday.
Dis van my.
Honorable Kelly Sondag.
When she told you that she is a good mother
Toe sê vir u sê dat sy 'n goeie ma is
and that she loves her children,
en sy smile vir haar kinders.
did she at any stage tell you about the relationship she has with Buddha?
Het sy vir u gesê van haar verhouding wat sy het met Buddha?
Sy het net een punt melding gemaak,
She just made mention of one point,
dat sy baie lief is vir Buddha.
that she loved Buddha a lot.
And I want to ask you also with regards to what she told you the afternoon, this is the Monday, the 19th, when she returned from work. What exactly did she tell you what they did then?
Ek gaan vir u vra wat sy toe u so gesê het, dis maandag namiddag, toe sy by die huis kom, wat sy gedoen het.
Sy het gesê van die tikkoop,
She told me about set buying the tuck,
die gasbottel wat volgemaak gewees het,
fill up the gas canister bottle,
wat gelei het na die gebruik van die tik,
which led to them using the tuck.
en asook dat sy later besef dat die kind Joshlin uit die huis toe gekom het,
That's when she later realized that Joshlin didn't come home.
dat sy gesoek het saam met gemeenskaplede,
She searched with the community members
en dat sy later dit gerapporteer het aan die polisie.
and that she later reported it to the police.
Thank you. Now, you told us yesterday that as you were interviewing her and as she was narrating,
Hy het gister gesê, toe hy besig was om aan hulle te voer,
When you-
was het aan u oor vertel het,
when you were dealing with her affidavit and reading the affidavit and the shocking utterance that she made towards you about Joshlin,
en verbasende woorde wat hy aan u gesê het in verband met Joshlin.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
did you then ask her about, or did you specifically ask her, where is Joshlin?
Het u vir gevra spesifiek waar Joshlin was?
En agter ek het vir 'n paar keer gevra, waar is Joshlin?
My Lord, I asked him a few questions where Joshlin is.
Sy het in soveel woorde geantwoord aan my dat my kind is nie meer hier nie.
She answered me in so much words that my child is not here anymore.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe van sy het nog 2 ander kinders.
She must carry on with her life because she has other 2 kids.
Right, and you... At that stage, when you were doing this interview,
Starting to leave is was my little on the road.
did you ask her where the other 2 children were?
Het u van gevra waar die ander 2 kinders was?
Is dit nou op daai dag of tydens die
That Sunday.
Sondag.
my verstaande daai dag was dat beide kinders was in die sorg van familielede.
My understanding at that stage, my Lord, that these 2 children were were in the care of family.
Right. Now, yesterday, and this is almost where we ended up, you said that you could see that the irritation levels were rising and that at a stage she was then completely cross with you.
Dis nie reg reg maar.
Is reg?
Dis reg. Ja.
So, what happened then thereafter?
Wat het toe daarna gebeur?
En die arbeid wat gevolg het toe is dat ek vir haar gesê het van dat daar baie mense is wat na 'n kind soek en tyd opoffer en daai.
That's when I told them, my Lord, there are a lot of people who are looking for a child.
Maar wat vir my ook geskok het in daai
Also shocked me, my Lord,
net voor daai was dat Kelly vir my genoem het
just
dat
before that Kelly mentioned to me,
Joshlin vir haar famous gemaak het.
Joshlin made her famous.
En ek het ook aan haar genoem onder die huidige wolk waar ons osself bevind dat jou kind weg is.
I mentioned to her under the situation we find ourselves that our child is gone.
As dit onvanpas van 'n ma om so iets te sê.
It's unexpected for a mother to say such a thing.
Just one moment. The witness used the word onvanpas. It was translated as unexpected.
Oh, no.
Onvanpas.
Inappropriate.
I don't want to be the interpreter in the case.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Yeah, inappropriate is the correct word. Now, some of these words are not easily understood to be translated into English if you're not the first language speaker in Afrikaans.
Yes.
So, Mr. Blau, if you're uncertain of the translation of a particular term, just check so that we have it correct. So I will note that you told her it was inappropriate for a mother
Dis hier ek dit laat.
to say that.
Dis hier ek dit aanvaar.
Thank you, my lord. When she uttered these words, Joshlin made her famous. How did she say that?
You say in the word that Joshlin beroemd gemaakt het. Hoe het sê dit gesê?
'n Gesigsuitdrukking het 'n tipe glimlag in haar mond gehad.
The facial expression had some sort of a smile.
Dit het vir my voorgekom op daardie moment dat
It appeared for me at that moment
dat sy, soos sy nou sê, sy is famous, dat sy die famous status geniet. Geniet.
she was enjoying the famous status.
Did she say this only on one occasion? Did she only say that once during this interview?
Het sê dit nie weer gesê gedurende onderhoud?
Nederlagbare,
No,
sy het dit 'n paar keer gesê, ek sal sê op die meeste 2 of 3 keer.
she said it, she said it in a few moments, I think most 2 to 3 times.
When you told her that this was inappropriate for a mother in her position, did she react to that?
To say, if I said that this was inappropriate now,
Onvanpas.
Inappropriate, onvanpas.
on van pas as om daarom so op te tree.
Sy het net vir my gekyk.
She just looked at me.
Ek kan nie heiliglik onthou of sy enigiets uitgeuiter het nie, maar ek weet sy het nie verskoning gevra nie.
I don't recall whether she says anything, but I can remember she never said she was sorry
Of enigiets gesê hoekom sy gesmile het.
or said anything as to why she smiled.
So at that stage of the interview, were you of the opinion that you should obtain supplementary affidavit from her?
Gedurende hierdie van die onderhoud toe Sladanha Bay so opvolgende
Verklaring.
verklaring te kry.
Nederlagbare, ek het daarna gevra of ons verdere verklaring kan bekom.
I asked them, my Lord, can we have yet another statement?
Sy het aan my genoem dat sy en Boeta moet gaan,
Then she said to me, she and Buddha must leave
van hulle moet by die spur uitkom,
because they must be at the spur.
van
Ja.
hulle moet by die spur uitkom, van hulle moet gaan eet of kos gaan haal, breakfast gaan haal.
They must be at the spur whether to go and fetch breakfast or food.
En daar is nie tyd nou om nog 'n verdere verklaring af te gee nie.
There was not time at that stage now to give another affidavit or statement.
And was that the conclusion of your interview with her then?
Was it to the einde van die onderhoud met haar?
Before the witness answers that question, may I just follow up on the last comment you made? What did you make of that response? You have a mother whose child is missing. You've told us how you interacted and things you said. So, and you say, but can I take a further statement or follow up here? And he says, no, we don't have time for this. We need to go to the spur. What did you make of it in the position that you're in?
To say for any man also clear that I gaan nog tekens nog om volgende klaarstelling dat ze moet zeggen als teken in sport te gaan. Maar dat is daarvan gemaakt. Onder omstandigheden wat het was.
Edelagbare, ek kon nie verstaan
My Lord, I could not understand
dat die ma van die kind wat weg is
that the mother of the child is lost.
is nie bereid om van haar eie tyd, want sy wil gaan, op te gee om die polisie te help met die verdere ondersoek van haar kind en
She was not prepared to lose all just to give up her time to the police
en ek
to assist in the investigation of finding a child.
ek het ook met myself gepraat in my gedagte.
I also spoke to myself in my head.
Hoe kan die ma,
How can a mother,
as ek mooi kan onthou as dit die vraag van my, like, really nou, hoe die ma sit voor my, ek was duidelik met haar in die begin,
I was clear to her,
dat ek is hier om te help
I was there to help, I was here to help
met die soek na Joshlin.
in the search for Joshlin.
En hier sit ons waar jy sekere goed aan my vertel.
Here we are sitting together, you relate some certain stuff to me.
Ek wil dit vaslê op in 'n verklaring
I wanted to bring that into a statement.
en jy sê vir my dat jy het nie tyd hê.
Then you say to me, I don't have time.
Dit was skokkend.
It was shocking.
Yes, thank you. Now you can
Thank you, my
read
Lord. Thank you, my Lord.
the question.
Thank you, my Lord. So, was that the end, the conclusion of your interview with Kelly on that day?
Was it not the end of some of the honorable Kelly of the dag?
Ja,
Yes.
And I'm going to ask the same question that I did with your interview with Buddha. Did you come to any conclusion at that stage? At the end of the interview?
edelagbare, het was duidelik van my interaksie met beide Boeta en Kelly.
It was clear to me with both the interviews with both Kelly and Buddha
Dat hulle nie daai, ek gaan die Engelse woord gebruik, willingness het om alles te doen om te help met die soek na Joshlin nie.
they did not have the willingness, my Lord, to do everything in the search for Joshlin.
Ek kon nie verstaan dat Boeta, wat die vaderfiguur is vir Joshlin in die huis,
I could not understand Buddha as a father figure to Joshlin in the house.
was nie bereid om te antwoord oor sy verhouding met Joshlin nie.
He was not prepared just to give an answer about his relationship with Joshlin.
Met Kelly se onderhoud,
With Kelly's interview,
wat vir my uitgestaan het, was dat
which became to be important or apparent, was that
Kelly tot 'n mate beskerm vir Boeta,
up to a certain
Measure. To a certain measure.
measure that she was protecting Buddha,
en dat Kelly die stem is in daai verhouding
she was the voice in this relationship.
van Boeta homself,
Because Buddha himself,
het die manier hoe hy gekommunikeer het met my,
The way that he communicated with me,
As was in 'n soortse manier waar hy nie wil oopmaak en net vrywillig praat oor hulle lewe binne die huise.
it was just such in a way, my Lord, he would not open up about the relationship, the way they live in the house.
En wat my die verdere indikasie gegee het dat Kelly die stemmers in die huis
But give me for the indication that Kelly was the voice in the house.
is toe hy verwys na Kelly om te vra oor sy verhouding met Joshlin.
When he referred me to Kelly when I asked him about his relationship with Joshlin.
Ek wat myself verplaas.
Me, myself, as a father,
Ek kan vrylik soos baie ander antwoord oor my verhouding met my kinders,
I would freely give answers to my relationship with my kids.
as ook met ander mense se kinders.
Also, relationship with other people's children.
Wat my ook gekwel het, edelagbare, is dat wat in die verklaringe voor my gestaan het, wat ek, die inquiry file het ek mos gehad met daai oomblik, wat gestaan het in die verklaringe.
What also became important apparent to me in your statements in front of my Lord.
Edelagbare, met die verlof van die hof, kan ek asseblief kyk na die verklaring wat Kelly afgegee het, die aand,
With the,
Certainly.
die verklaring van Boeta
can I look through the statement of Kelly and the statement of Muta
en die verklaring van Rekon,
and the statement of Rico?
asseblief.
They have
So
all been
the,
admitted into evidence.
no,
My lord.
the, I'm looking at the, we don't
Edelagbare?
have, I'll give you the exhibit numbers.
Edelagbare, kan ek my laptop gebruik, kan ek dit op my laptop op?
Certainly, zekerlijk, certainly. So the statement of 20th of February from Kelly, that will be exhibit C.
Dis fyn. Dank u.
The statement of accused number 1, Mr. Apollos, that will be exhibit M. And where's my latest index to the exhibits? Joshlin, I know you, I saw you take it out yesterday to retype it.
I think Rekon was exhibit
Because
9.
the statements of Requin are the ones in the envelope, and that was exhibit Z, if I remember correctly.
Indeed, my lord. Indeed. C, M, and Z.
Yeah, I think it was exhibit Z. Oh, here's the new key.
And I think
Yeah.
Z was marked 1 and 2. my
Z
lord.
was marked 1 and 2. The statement that was in the inquiry file was Z1. So that was available at that time because it was taken on the 21st of February.
Indeed, my lord.
So I know that the witness is going to refer to the electronic statements that he has, but
Yes.
just for the record,
Indeed, my lord.
those are the exhibits that's already in the court. In the main trial, those statements were admitted in the main trial.
Indeed.
So insofar as it relates to the trial within a trial, I'm not going to renumber the exhibits. We will merely refer to the exhibit numbers as it's reflected in the main trial.
Indeed, my lord. As the court pleases. So you with us? If you want to refer to a specific affidavit, so the one of Ms. Smith is Exhibit C.
Certainly.
Read what is contained in the statement, my lord. We will start with Kelly's statement first.
Sy sê in die verklaring is in Engels.
She states in this statement, is it in English?
Sy sê spesifiek in paragraaf 4.
Specific in paragraph 4, she says the following.
Ek gaan dit vertaal in Afrikaans en dan om ek die Engels weer gaan
You
lees.
can just read the English,
English.
and then
At about 1350.
can somebody maybe give Mr. Blaus a copy, so as the witness is reading, then he can translate it into Afrikaans for the accused and for members of the public that may not follow the English.
I'm giving my copy to Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you. So at about 1350, so that's 10 to 2. Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry, laat ek begin net by paragraaf 3,
That paragraph 3,
waar sy sê, on Monday, 2024-02-19,
op maandag 2024-2019,
at about 9 o'clock,
so op 9 uur,
I was at my house
ek was in die huis,
when I left for work,
waar ek werk toe was,
and I left my 3 children
ek het my 3 kinders,
with I think it's the father, Jacquin Apollos,
met Jacquin Apollos, pa,
ek kan nie dat, and the other child by the name of Joshlin then it's an ID number. She did not go to school because she was not feeling well.
en die ander kind, die naam Joshlin,
She did not go to school.
as father, Jacquin Apollos, and the other child, by the name of Joshlin, is okay, and she did not, sy was nie by die skool gewees nie, want sy het nie lekker gevoel.
The next paragraph, at about 13:50, 10 to 2 the afternoon,
So by 13:50, 10 voor,
I returned back from work.
ek het teruggekeer van het werk.
My boyfriend Jacquin was not at home,
My boyfriend Jacquin was nie by die huis nie.
and I only found 2 children,
Ek het toe net 2 kinders gekry,
and I asked them, where is Joshlin?
en het hulle gevra wat Joshlin was.
They said they don't know.
Hulle sê toe hulle weet nie.
I went out to, it looks like I went out to look for her,
Ek het uitgegaan om wat te gaan kyk, te gaan
and,
soek.
and the father was also looking for the child.
En die pa was ook besig om die kind te soek.
When I found him,
Toe ek hom vind,
I was driving with the police. We were looking with friends.
ek was gery met polisie waar ons met vriende gesoek het.
Ik ga nou ook na die verklaring van Jacquin Apollos,
Now I'm going to the statement of Jacquin Apollos,
wat hij afgegee het die 20ste Februarie 2024.
That is Exhibit M for the record.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ik ga beginnen bij paragraaf 4.
I'll start with paragraph 4.
During the morning at about 11 o'clock,
Gedurende die oggend so by 11 uur,
I washed the children's clothes
ek het die kinders eerst gewas,
After I,
Sien ons het kinders se klere gewas.
after I washed the clothing, both kids got into separate bathtubs outside the house.
Nadat ek die klere gewas het, het beide kinders in twee verskillende baddens geklim.
At,
Oor die huis.
at this time,
Hierdie tyd,
their mother came home
hulle moeder het van teruggekom
from work for lunch.
vir etens vir middagete.
She was at the house for about 20 minutes.
Sy was by die huis vir 'n periode van 20 minute.
When their mother left, the children got up to the tubs
Toe die moeder weggaan het die kinders in die baddens geklim.
That's
and
now paragraph 5, just for the record.
paragraph 5.
Ja.
excuse. Dankie, Legmare. Paragraph 5. When the mother left, the children got out of the tubs,
Hulle klim toe uit die baddens toe die moeder weggaan.
dried themselves.
Ook hulle self.
Joshlin got dressed in a light blue t-shirt,
Joshlin het toe 'n ligblou TM aangehad,
a light blue jeans short
'n ligblou jeans kort
with a pink flip-flops.
met pink floppies.
I gave her bread to eat.
Ek het haar brood gegee om te eet.
On the same day, at about 1400 hours,
So op dieselfde dag, so by 1400 uur,
I saw Joshlin
ek het vir Joshlin gesê,
walk up to her friend
gestap na 'n vriend toe.
I told her to get out of the sun,
Ek het haar toe gevra om uit die son uit te kom,
to which she got angry
maar sy kwaad geraak
at me.
vir my.
She told me,
Sy het vir my gesê,
ek gaan nie,
I'm not.
and walked off.
Toe sy weggestap.
This was the last time I saw her.
Dit was die laaste keer wat ek haar gesien het.
Laurentia was still at my house at that time.
Laurentia was nog by my huis gewees daardie stadium.
Just one moment, just one moment. Are you also going to refer to Laurentius'
No, jy lag my.
statement that was in the file? Only theirs?
Ek gaan net daai drie verklaring.
Okay, all right.
Elagber, dan kan ons gaan na Rekon se verklaring toe.
Then
So that will be Z1.
Just remember that with regards to this affidavit, some of it is sensitive, so just indicate first before you start reading which paragraph it is so that the Honourable Court can indicate whether you may read that into the record.
jy moet verstaan van my verklaring is sensitief. Dis sal
Paragraph 2 and 3 is not contentious. And nothing in that statement, except the personal particulars and so forth. But for purposes of this exercise, I know that the witness will in all probability go to the Times, etc.
Yes.
He may proceed.
Thank you, my lord.
Edel Agbare,
Just one moment.
May I just confirm now which statement of
This is Z1, so that's the statement of Requin that was made in the missing persons inquiry. It was done on the 21st of February of 2024. Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Rekon se verklaring gaan ons na Paragraaf 6.
And the Queen's statement, we go to paragraph 6.
During lunchtime,
Gedurende middagete,
my mother came home.
die my het huis toe gekom,
She ate
sy het geëet,
and then went back to work.
sy is toe weer terug werk toe.
When my mother left, Jacqueline made food for Joshlin and I.
Toe my ma toe weggaan het, Jacqueline vir my en Joshlin kos gemaak.
After I ate, I left and walked to Brulou.
Nadat ek geëet het, ek het toe gegaan na Procedural.
That was when the school bell rang.
Dit was tyd toe die skoolklokkie lui.
Paragraph 7.
Paragraaf nummer 7.
On the same day,
Op dieselfde dag,
at about 1800 hours,
so by 1800 uur,
I got home from Brulou.
ek het toe van my reis aangekom vanaf Procedural.
My mother and Jacqueline were at the house.
Ma en
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline was by die reis gewees.
Paragraph 8.
Paragraaf nummer 8.
My mother asked me
Die ma het my gevra
if I knew where Joshlin was.
of ek weet waar Joshlin is.
I told her that I didn't, Joshlin's friends,
Ek het ook al gesê ek weet nie, Joshlin se vriende is.
If I didn't, end of the sentence.
end of the
full stop.
sentence, and then it goes on with Joshlin's friends are Kuti, Liffy, and Tandi.
Ek weet nie, Joshlin se vriende is Koti, Liefie en Tandi.
She normally plays with them.
Sy speel gewoonlik met hulle.
Dankie, Lagmere.
Ja.
Op die vraag wat die advokaat my gevra het oor wat was my gevolgtrekking op die einde van die onderhoude met Boeta,
About the question that the prosecutor asked me about my conclusion after this interview.
en die wat my geplaat was dat Kelly sê dat sy het 50 by die huis gekom die middag.
What worried me, Kelly said she arrived at the house at 13:50
En sy het net haar 2 kinders aangekry.
and she only found the 2 children.
Boeta was nie by die huis nie.
Uta was not at the house.
Boeta se verklaring lê,
In Buddha's statement,
hy het 2 uur die middag het hy vir Joshlin gesien.
at 2 o'clock after we saw Joshlin,
Dis die tyd wat sy weggeloop het van die huis af.
that's the time when she walked away from the house.
Rekon se verklaring sê
Recon's statement states the following.
dat sy ma het huis toe gekom,
He said his mother came home,
klaar geëet,
finished eating,
terug werk toe gegaan.
went back to work.
Toe het Boeta vir hom en vir Joshlin kos gegee en dit.
Joshlin, Buddha gave him and Joshlin food.
Die vraag wat ek vir myself gevra het was,
The question I asked myself, my Lord, was,
watter 2 kinders was by die huis toe Kelly 50 by die huis gekom het?
which 2 children would be were at the house at 13:50 when Kelly went home?
Sy noem dat Jacqueline Boeta nie by die huis gewees het nie.
She mentioned that Jacqueline, that his Buddha was within the house,
Maar Jacqueline sê hy was daar 2 o'clock.
but Jacqueline himself said he was there.
Ons weet van Rekon se verklaring dat net nadat sy ma werk toe is hy na Brulou toe.
We know from Jacqueline's statement that after his mother left, he went to Brother Low.
Rekon sê hier dat hy 6 uur by die huis gekom.
Jacqueline says further, he arrived at home at about 6 o'clock,
En sy ma het aan hom gevra of hy vir Joshlin gesien het waar Joshlin is.
where Sister Evelyn's sister.
So, watter 2 kinders Kelly gevra het toe sy by die huis kom waar Joshlin is, het oopgestaan. En Kelly se verklaring sê sy dat sy die 2 kinders het, dat 2 kinders by die huis gekry.
Kelly's statement says that she found the 2 children at home.
En sy het aan hulle gevra waar Joshlin is.
She wanted to know from them where Joshlin was.
Sy maak ook nie melding dat Boeta daai tyd by die huis gewees het en dat sy vir Boeta gevra het nie.
She also not mentioned that it was at the house when she asked him.
En soos Boeta vir my genoem het tydens ons gesels,
As
dat
Buta mentioned to me while talking,
volgens hom 'n rekwena na 6 by die huis gekom.
according to him, also arrived at home after 6.
Wat in lyn is met Rekon se verklaring wat sê hy 6 uur by die huis gekom.
Which is in line with the record statement which he states that he arrived at home at 6.
So die vraag het weer teruggegaan, watter kinders was by die huis vir wie van Kelly sê 2 kinders.
Then the question still remains goes back as to which 2 children, because Kelly mentioned 2 children.
Daai tyd was daar al 'n storie dat Rachel wel Christus gegaan het die oggend.
There's also understanding that Michelle this morning went to the creche.
En ek weet nie van enige ander kinders behalwe die 3 kinders wat daar gewees het nie.
I don't know of any other 2 children except the 2 who were there.
Van as Rachel na die kleuterskool toe gegaan het,
As Rachel would go to the creche,
dan los dit net vir Rekon en vir Joshlin oor.
that would leave behind Joshlin and Reverend.
Sy sê ek het my 2 kinders gevra, so dit moet dan het volgens my afleiding, dan moet sy vir Joshlin gevra het, waar is Joshlin?
Then, from what I can do, if she got 2 children, she would have asked Joshlin herself where Joshlin was,
Because sy verwys na 2 kinders.
because she refers to 2 children.
Na die onderhoud, edelagbare,
After the interview,
as ek toe Sladanha Bay polisiestasie toe,
I went to Sladanha police station,
waar ek met Sergeant Milstein ontmoet het.
where I met up with Sergeant Milstein.
Ek het met hom meegedeel wat in die onderhoud plaasgevind het,
I explained that I told him about the interview taking place,
wat daar gesê gewees het,
what was said,
en wat my bevinding gewees het.
and what my
Conclusion.
conclusion would be.
As ook die baie vrae spesifiek gaande die gedeeltes wat ek gelees het vandag.
And also the questions which I had, my Lord, specific on this parts I read out today.
Na ons gesels het by die polisiestasie,
After we spoke at the police station,
as ek terug Kaapstad toe.
I went back to Cape Town.
Die volgende week, die week van die 26ste,
The next week, that's a week of the 26th,
het ek en Sergeant Milstein nog steeds kontak gehad.
me and Sergeant Milstein still in contact,
Wat hy met my meegedeel het, wat hulle basies doen in die dag, die ondersoeke, die navraag wat hulle gedoen het,
what he just mentioned to me, what they were doing during the day, the searches and the inquiries,
en die bevindings.
and what we would get, the outcome.
Wat ons toegebring het na donderdag die 29ste Februarie. Daardie oggend, dit was in die laat oggendure,
Now, between the Thursday and February, that morning was the early morning,
Early morning or late morning?
late morning.
Late.
Laat.
late morning.
As ek reg kan onthou, ek dink dit was so om en by net so tussen 11 en 12.
If I can still recall, it was between 11 and 12.
Het ek 'n oproep ontvang van die hoof van ernstige geweldmisdaad by Brigadier Nana.
Then I received the call from the head of the serious violent crimes unit.
Hy het aan my genoem dat
Wie is Brigadier Hanana?
Brigadier
correct?
Nana, ja.
Brigadier Hanan.
Hy het aan my genoem dat ek en my lede
He mentioned to me that myself and my team
moet na Sladanha polisiestasie toe gaan.
must go to Sladanha police station.
Ek en van my lede is toe Sladanha toe daai oggend.
Myself and other members went to Sladanha that morning.
Ons het, ek dink net so na 2 die middag in Sladanha aangekom.
We arrived, I think, about just after 2 in Sladanha.
Ons het 'n ontmoeting gehad by die polisiestasie.
We met up at the police station,
Ek, twee van my lede,
myself and 2 of my members,
die brigadier
brigadiers,
en Sergeant Milstein.
Sergeant Milstein.
Daar was nog lede van die FCS eenheid.
We were also other members of FCS, my lord.
Dit was gewees die stasiebevelvoerder, luitenant-kolonel Sibola,
The station commander, Lieutenant Sibula.
ek was meegedeel dat ons kantoor moet hulp verleen aan die FCS kantoor met die ondersoek.
We were told that we must give assistance to the FCS.
Ons het 'n gesprek gehad oor die operasies wat gedoen gewees het tot en met daai oor wat Milstein hulle gedoen het.
We had a conversation about the operation that is what Milstein and them did.
Die ondersoek,
The investigation.
hulle het ek met my meegedeel dat die stad van Kaapstad,
They also mentioned to me that the Cape Town state,
die
The city of Cape Town.
city of Cape Town,
die law enforcement wetstoepassing afdeling was hier gewees daai tyd.
law enforcement department was here.
Dat hulle voor ons het hulle in Sladanha gearriveer
They arrived before us in Sladanha.
en dat hulle hier by die MPC gebou is
They were at the embassy's building.
van kolonel
Which
Sibola
building? Sorry?
van nou as die MPC Multipurpose Center.
MPC, Multi-Purpose Center. I think I heard embassy, that's why I'm just making sure, sorry.
Embassy.
Van kolonel Sibola het met ons meegedeel dat hulle die oggend, hulle offisiere die oggend by hom gewees het.
Colonel Sibula told me that
I have, just one moment. I have difficulty hearing Captain Lombard. I indicated earlier I would like to hear the Afrikaans as well. So if we can, either if you can sit closer to the microphone or if they can adjust it for you.
Ek sal 'n bietjie nader sit, dit lag weg.
No, that's fine. So Colonel Sibola informed of something that happened in the morning and I couldn't get that.
Kolonel Sibola het met ons meegedeel dat die stad Kaapstad se wettoepassing
Now I've heard that.
is hier en dat hulle oorkant is by die MPC gebou.
Lieutenant Sibula told me that the city of Cape Town's law enforcement officers were here and at this embassy building.
En dat hy met hulle ook meegedeel het wat die stand van sake is in terme van die ondersoek
He also explained to them what the situation is as far as the search.
en dat hulle wat sê woord nou besig was, operationalized was om te help met die soektog daai dag.
They were also operational on this day to assist in this search.
Ons is toe laatmiddag, ek en my span in terug Kaap toe.
Late that afternoon, me and my team went back to Cape Town.
Ons het die Vrydagoggend teruggekom.
Friday morning we came back.
That's the 30th.
The first,
Oh, I made the
die 1
same
Maart.
mistake. 1st of March.
You know, you're not the first person that make that mistake. We've had it before.
My apologies. Friday morning, the 1st of
yeah.
March, sorry.
Ons het daai oggend vroeg in Sladanha aangekom
That morning we arrived early in Sladanha,
waar die ontmoeting gewees het by die polisiestasie.
where there was a meeting at the police station.
Ek het met kolonel Sibola en die bestuur van die stasie ontmoet in sy kantoor.
I met up with Colonel Sibula and the management of the police station at his office.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat later die oggend gaan daar 'n vergadering is
He mentioned to me later that morning there would be a meeting
in die MPC gebou
in this embassy building
wat ons moet bywoon.
which we must attend.
Ons het toe, ek dink dit as ek onkorrek sê, het dit al pas al 9 of 9 uur het die briefing sessie 9 uur begin.
If I'm under correction, my lord, past 8, 9 o'clock, I think the briefing should start here.
Ons het by die boonstukke, dis 'n kantore bo in die MPC gebou, met die ingang, as jy mens inkom by die hoofdeur, daar's 'n kantoor daarbo, as jy mens links opgaan met die trappe. Die vergadering was daar gewees.
There's a building as you come to the entrance of this building, upstairs of the room. Inside, go up, that's where this briefing of this meeting.
Daar,
So, just one moment. I happen to know where those offices are. Yes, I'm going to repeat myself because it wasn't interpreted. I happen to know where the offices are.
Die hof weet waar die kennis waar die kantoor is. Die kantoor is.
In the entrance foyer, there's a set of stairs going up to another level.
Die ingang as 'n trap wat opgaan.
And this, as I'm looking towards the back of the wall, it will be on the other side of the glass doors that gives access to this hall.
Die kantoor sal aan die ander kant van die glaasnet is wat ingang gee tot die saal.
And how I know that? I was totally unaware at the time that this venue would feature in the trial at all.
Het was daar gewees, het was onbewust dat die gewoon hier op die saal.
But when I came to look at the venue to determine whether it would be suitable
Toe ek kom na hierdie
to be converted into a courtroom,
om seker te maak dat dit in 'n posisie is om dan in 'n hof
I met with our team
ek het met ons span ontmoet
from the Office of the Chief Justice
van die kantoor van die hofregter
with the municipal manager
en die munisipale
and the mayor. The mayor joined us briefly for a short period in an office
en die burgemeester
upstairs.
kort tydjie in die kantoor.
I'm not sure whether any of the council knows where the office is.
Ek is seker of die ander partijen in die kantoor is die kantoor is nie. Kantoor is nie.
So if it's going to be an issue later on, then during an adjournment, somebody can show council where the office is if you really want to see it. There were basically no furniture in the place when I was there. There was a table and a few chairs.
Jy kan sit op 'n stadium van 'n kantoor met 'n tafel met 'n paar stoele.
Thank you.
dankie Lagmare. Die vergadering was basies
The meeting
om ons almal wat daar gewees het, dit was nou lede van ons kantoor, van die provinsiale kantoor,
was us the members of the provincial office,
plaaslike spelers,
the local detectives,
FCS kantoor spelers,
FCS detectives,
daar was lede van die City of Cape Town Law Enforcement,
then there were members of the law enforcement of the city of Cape Town,
daar was ook tekers,
divers,
K9 lede wat die honde beheer,
K9, that is the police, the people controlling the dogs.
daar was nog, maar die approach was 'n multidisciplinary approach.
The approach was a multidisciplinary
En sodat almal wat betrokke is,
so that everyone who's involved,
seker dat ons almal op dieselfde golflengte is waar ons is.
that we are on the same.
Wavelength. Golflengte. That's what you said?
Golflengte.
Op dieselfde golf is. Wavelength.
Ek gaan wave, ja.
Same way.
Die vergadering het ongeveer so 1 uur en 'n half of 2 na 2 geneem.
This meeting carried on for an hour and a half to 2.
Daarna het ons as ondersoekers oorgestap na die boardroom van die polisiestasie.
After that, us as investigators went over to the border of the police station,
Waar Sergeant Milstein vir ons as spelers ingelig het met feite wat hy nie gemaklik mee gevoel het om op die ope te deel met almal die ander lede nie.
where Sergeant Milstein explained to us is that certain facts which he was not feeling happy to share with other members.
Do you mean non-SAPS detective members? Because there were all these other people around.
Dis hier ek het al gesê. Veral oor die rekoon wat 'n kind gewees het
Especially about the child, when was the child,
en dat ons die kind moet beskerm ook.
that we must protect the child as well.
Van daardie tyd van die ondersoek was die vermisting van Joshlin was, ek sal sê, nommer 1 op social media.
Because at that stage, the loss of Joshlin, I would say, was number 1 of the first on social media.
So ons wou nie baie fokus plaas om waar die kinders is nie.
We wouldn't put more focus as to where the children were.
Ons het toe besluit dat daar is 'n paar lyne in die ondersoek wat ons gaan doen.
Then we decided as a few leads that we as a investigating team are going to do.
Can I just check with the witness? Because he was pointing with his hand.
Lines,
Yeah.
lines. That lines we want to follow or do.
So there were specific lines that you were going to, as lines of investigation to focus on.
Dis reg Edel. Op daardie stadium het ons geweet dat die somme wat ons gemaak het op die inhoud van die verklaringe
At that stage, we know that the sums we made in the statements received
het nie by dieselfde antwoorde uitgekom nie.
didn't have the same answers.
Dit het ook uitgekom dat Stefano en Lorencia Nilo ook die dag by die huis gewees het.
It also came apparent and known that Stefano and Lorenzo also at the house on the day.
Die dag van die 19de Februarie.
That's the day of the 19th of February.
I'm sorry, just repeat the names that you said.
Stefano
Give you the name, herhaal wat u van praat.
I'm sorry to interrupt, my lord. I was just approached by the police official. She indicated to me that accused number 3 is not feeling well. It seems that she wants to throw up, my lord. I'm not sure. Thank you, my lord.
The court will adjourn. appear behind the desks of counsel whilst their files were still there and it was still open. Now please respect the fact that this is a court. And I know that some people are saying, but they do this in other courts. You never go behind the bench or in a court. You never go at the bar where the counsel's files are. I have no problem before we start and before our books are packed out for these microphones to be placed and all that work being done. But when the court adjourns, you wait till everybody leaves if you want to run around here. The fact of the matter is, for the defense, everything that they have from their clients, it's privileged. And the similarly can be said for the state. We all make notes. We sometimes make side notes. So just respect this space. I do not want to exclude people from certain areas unnecessarily, but if I need to do that, I will. And as in any courtroom, for the order in the court orderlies are responsible for that. They are just as professional as some people think they are. No one's more important than the other. I do not want to hear complaints about members of the court staff being disrespected by people. Court adjourned.
Jesus, man. Hey, what how's it going, lyn in terme van die dwelms.
Then we decided, let us follow the line in far as the in connection with the drugs.
Ons het ook gegaan en gekyk na wie is die ander vriende by buitekant die groep wat ons gemensel het.
Then we also decided is to look at other friends outside this circle I mentioned of friends.
Wat is hulle gewoontes deur die dag?
What is their usual during the day? What they doing usually during the day?
Stefan nou, ons die verkoop by die microwave en die ander goed, het vir ons nou besluit om te gaan te kyk. Waar kry jy die goed wat jy so verkoop?
The selling of the microwave and the other stuff, my lord, we decided just to let us find out where would they find the stuff they sell.
Is dit moontlik gesteel wat jy doen?
Is it possible stolen property,
Of besit hulle self weer in doen?
or is it their possessions?
En enige inligting wat ons kan help, ons sal sin te vind.
And other information that would assist us to find Joshlin.
Die skool, ek dink jy vir my, as hy dat weer besoek gewees,
Can you get it out?
jy vir my.
Oh, the school diplomat was also there to look for the child.
Net om bevestiging te kry dat ons wel nie in die skool gewees het.
We went to the diplomat just to confirm that Joshlin wasn't at school on the day.
I'm sorry, it's just with the translation. I think something went missing, my lord, with your leave. If you can just say, I had it in Afrikaans that you said, ek dink juffrou Maart was ook besoek weer daardie dag. Is dit wat jy gesê het?
I think Ms. Mark was also visited this day to confirm that Joshlin did not attend school.
Nou, daar was baie mense ongeveer die ondersoekstaf.
On that day, a lot of people were questioned by the investigating team.
Een van die persone was die persoon die naam van Kams.
One of the persons was the person with the name of Gams.
Hy was baie skie om te bevestig dat hy die dwelms hulle verkoop.
He was very secretive as to he was selling the drugs.
Maar na tyd het hy basis gesê dat hy weet dat hy by die dwelms en hy het ook dwelms nog gekry.
After a certain time, he said he knows they're using drugs. Sometimes we get drugs from him.
Maar hy nooit die verkoop bevestig nie. Die verkoop dwelms aan hulle bevestig nie.
But he never confirmed the selling of drugs to them.
Just one moment. Just want to make a note. I started a new book, so I just had to make the note where I ended in book 2, going on to book 3 of my notes.
Ons ondersoek het later gelei dat ons uitgevind het dat Stefan nog nie in die maat is gesit nie.
Our investigation further we found out that Stefano doesn't really have any property.
Ons kon nie bevestig dat die microwave waarna hy verwys wel syne gewees het.
We could not confirm whether the microwave was in possession was his.
Maar navraag in die gemeenskap
After questioning in the community,
het die inligting aan ons bekend gemaak dat hulle op gereelde basis gesteelde goed verkoop.
that information we got from the community that on a regular basis we were selling stolen stuff.
Van die informasie wat ons bekom het daai dag was
information we received in this day was that
Kelly met ander aktiwiteite besig was.
that Kelly was busy with other activities,
En ons het sodoende met die mense wat se name ons bekend is, ons onderhoud met hulle opgevoer.
the people which we can know to us, and then we also conduct interviews with them.
Just one moment. Where's my key to my list of exhibits? I've got many keys here. Some of them seem incomplete. Right. We must try and have a full set, a new one. Yes, Ms. Kabai?
Thank you, my lord. What I wanted to know from the state is the captain going to call the informers, those people who told him my client was selling stolen property?
So, are you asking me the question or what? Or are you objecting to the evidence on
I'm
a particular
objecting to the
basis?
evidence.
On what basis?
On the basis that my client didn't sell stolen property.
No. On what basis in law do you raise the objection?
I'm raising the objection because he's bringing hearsay evidence. The informers told.
Is it being offered for the truth of the content thereof at this stage, or for context? Do you know? The evidence presented in the context that is presented, what is the purpose for which it is presented? Do you know?
From his evidence,
Can we just
Okay.
tilt the microphone down? You raise an objection that it's hearsay. So I'm asking you, do you know what the purpose is for the presentation of this evidence?
I don't know the entire purpose, but for this piece
So
of evidence,
if it was not presented for the truth of the content, is it then properly hearsay evidence that's inadmissible per se in law?
my lord, in law, hearsay evidence is inadmissible until the third person. The third persons in this case are the informers.
Will all evidence as you describe it be inadmissible?
I didn't hear the court's comment.
As you describe it, will all evidence of that nature be inadmissible?
It will, until the third person comes and confirm what is being said.
Yes, is that it? Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Swanepoel, what is the purpose of the evidence in the context as now presented?
My lord, the purpose is to set out exactly how the investigation progressed. This is information that was obtained from the community members. It's
Is
just
it-
the factual made.
Is it being presented for the truth of the content?
Not at all, my lord, not at all.
Any reply, Ms. Nkabai?
It is, if it is presented in the line my learned colleague has just explained, I then withdraw my objection.
The objection is withdrawn. It would have been overruled as well as a matter of law. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Has the court please, my lord?
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lord.
Elagbare opdracht, ons kon
I was still busy looking
Yeah.
at an
May-
aspect
may I
when the
remind-
objection was raised. Now, you made mention of the other activities. Now, I have a suspicion that I know what you're referring to.
U het melding gemaakt van ander activiteiten.
dis reg elagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Because when the statement of Sergeant Milstein, when the evidence was led of Sergeant Milstein,
Toe u de getuienis van Sergeant Milstein so gelei was,
I interrupted the prosecutor
ek het die
without an
saak
objection
geval.
being raised by the defense
Dis reg elagbare.
to present evidence of one particular paragraph.
Dat hulle moet 'n sekere verklaring getuienis aflê van 'n sekere paragraaf.
Because it would have related to inadmissible character evidence.
Dit sou getuienis wees van wat nie aanvaar word van karakter
But then what happened was the defense handed in the affidavit.
maar die verdediging het die verklaring toe ingehandig.
And it's marked Exhibit N.
Dit was gemerk as bewyslik N.
So you may tell us about the activities
Jy kan ons vertel van die aktiwiteite dan.
and how that led into the investigation.
Thank you, my lord.
En dat gelei tot met die ondersoek.
And the reason I was going to clarify it now because I'm also aware, having heard other evidence, that that name crops up again, either on the 17th or the 18th, whichever day you take it, of February. So if this witness wants to tell us about that, I will allow the evidence. You were saying that you also became aware that Kelly was busy with other activities.
U het ook verhoog gesê dat u het bewus geraak dat Kelly ook betrokken is in alle activiteiten.
Dis reg elagbare.
Yes, my lord.
Dat die inligting wat ons bekom het was dat
The information that we received, my lord,
dat sy deelname gehad het aan prostitusie in Sladanha.
she had a contribution in prostitution here in Sladanha.
Ons het uitgevind van dames
We found out of ladies
wat op daardie stadium moontlik saam met haar deelname gehad het aan dit.
with the ladies who at that stage she might have had also contribution with her.
Ons het 'n onderhoud met hulle gevoer
We conducted an interview with them.
en tot 'n mate het hulle dit bevestig.
Up to a certain point, they confirmed it.
Die rede hoekom ons dit vir hulle gesoek het en met hulle gesels het was
The reason for us looking for them and ask them
om te kyk of daar miskien 'n moontlike rede is wat iets gebeur het in daai spesifieke lyn wat kon gelei het tot Joshlin se verdwyning.
if there anything might have happened in that situation which could have led to Joyce's getting lost, vanishing
In that line,
Die lyn van prostitusie.
in that lane of prostitution. If anything might have happened,
Maar ons het 'n negatiewe uitslag gekry.
we received a negative outcome, my lord.
Die tweede ons Vrydag. Vrydag die eerste.
Yes, I'm with you.
Vrydag die eerste het ons ook besoek gekry van die destydse MEC van Community Safety.
During that time, they also received visiting from the then MEC of Community Safety,
Regan Allen.
Regan Helen,
Alan.
Regan Ellen.
Hy het by die polisiestasie gekom.
He arrived at the police station.
Dit was nou laat in die middag, heel agter.
It was late in the afternoon, my lord.
Sy versoek was toe dat hy saam met Kelly hulle wil gesels.
His request was that he wanted to talk to Kelly and them.
Op daardie stadium het ek gehoor dat Kelly en Rens hulle in Langebaan is.
At that stage, I understood that Kelly and Rens them were in Langebaan.
Die twee paarde was by verskillende munisipale oorde gewees.
These two couples were different
Just one
municipality
moment. Just one moment.
resorts.
So, was it Kelly and Rens and who else?
Kelly en Boeta,
Kelly Buta,
en dan Rens en Ayanda en die kinders.
Rens, Ayanda and the children.
Maar hulle was verskillende oorde gewees.
They were different
Two different resorts.
resorts.
Just for interest's sake, who was carrying the cost for this accommodation in these resorts?
Wie sou die koste dra in verband met die accommodasie in die verskeie oorde?
Ek het nie gevra nie.
I did not ask.
Did you find out later?
U later dit uitgevind.
Ek het die inligting wat ek ook gekom het was dat die munisipaliteit wat het self gegee vir veiligheid. Die rede vir dit
The
was
information which I received later was that municipality for their safety.
en
The reason for that,
in daai week, vroeër in die week, en was Ayanda en Kelly die aangehuis gewees.
during that week, early during that week, Ayanda and Kelly were at home.
Ayanda and Kelly.
Yes, sorry, Ayanda en Rens.
Ayanda and Rens.
En dit was 26 of 27ste.
I think it was the 26th or the 27th of that week.
Maar daar is spesifieke aan die gemeenskap Ayanda se huis gesloten.
That night, the community then attacked Ayanda's home.
Daar was van Ayanda se goed gesteel gewees.
Some of Ayanda's belongings were stolen.
Volgens hom was daar toe, ek kan nie dat sê het geslaan gewees, maar ek weet, hulle al twee was bang gewees.
According to him, my lord, I don't remember whether they assaulted, but was he assaulted? But I understand that both of them were scared.
Van die gemeenskaplede wat daar in die bygewoon het toe 'n TikTok video gemaak en uitgestuur op TikTok.
Some of these members who attended that gathering, my lord, made out a TikTok video and then sent it around.
I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding. When you refer to members, you're referring to
Gemeenskaplede.
community members, not members of the police.
I did not.
No. I just want to be sure. Okay?
Community members, my lord.
Yes.
Ek dink dit was die dag na dit,
I think it was the day after that.
of tweede na dit waar Ayanda teen sy wil vervoer gewees het na die polisiestasie toe met 'n bakkie.
When Ayanda was transported against his will in a bucket to the police station.
En dit het die vrees vir daai gesin verder opgejaag dat hulle lewe gevaar is.
That would make it more difficult for the freedom of those people that their lives were in danger.
Can you just pause there? You were in court, so this evidence up to a point will also be evidence in the main trial. You were in court when Ms. Lombard described an incident where Ayanda was taken to the police station that eventually led to what she described as, seems to me on the face of it, an abduction and.
Dis hier dit
Is this the same incident?
sosiale oorval.
Now, if have you identified those people that did this? Because this is clearly on the face of it interfering with the police work.
Definitief daar is twee sake, Ayanda twee sake gemaak.
There were two cases were opened by Ayanda
Vir die twee gevalle.
for the two incidents.
My verstaan is dat daai twee machine aan die investigation is.
My understanding is that those two cases are still under investigation,
Maar dit word nie deur my kant toe ondersoek nie.
but it is not investigated by my office.
Dit word ondersoek deur totale different groep. Die twee gevalle.
Those two incidents are being investigated by two different groups, by a different group.
So, I'm going back. Just want to complete this because it might be important when I eventually evaluate Ms. Lombard's evidence. That's why I'm clearing it up now. So the attack was it the attack on their home that was placed on TikTok?
Dis geen rede daarvoor.
And the going to the police station and that?
Alom gaan op die bakkie, is ook op die toe.
But then the perpetrators must be easily identifiable.
Hulle is bekend aan die ondersoekbeampte en ondersoeksman.
But it's been taken over a year now.
Maar ek het nie insaag by ondersoek nie.
But maybe the prosecution must look at it. It's over a year. Perpetrators are identified or identifiable, and DPP must make a decision whether to prosecute people that do these things or not. It's up to them to decide whether they prosecute people if a crime is committed. But it impacts on this case as well. Yeah. I hope you take note, Ms. Swanepoel.
I do, my lord, but I think
You are in fact a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in this province.
I am, my lord. I am. I understand you to say that it's investigated by a different unit, specifically to keep it separate from your investigation.
Ik verstaan dat de onderzoekers van de verschillende eenheid om het apart te houden van één eenheid.
Thank you. I interrupted you. So,
My lord,
there were two cases opened. Seems it's
under investigation.
that's putting it nicely. It's slumbering somewhere. So they left the area because of all of this. They were now in Langebaan. Well, what does the MEC have to do with the investigation?
Ik heb net gehoord dat de MEC gaan komen zitten. Bij vrijdagmiddag en dat
I just heard that the NEC was going to visit.
en hij samen met families wil gesels.
Wanted to speak to the families.
Toen de MEC kwam, ik toen besluit, oké, maar ik ga nou samenwerken, dus zien waar die mensen is, en ik weet niet waar dat is.
When the NEC arrived, my lord, I decided I'm going to drive with because I didn't know where these people were.
Ons het bij die twee plekken gekomen, dat was nog laat in de middag al.
We arrived at these two places. It was now late in the afternoon.
En waar de MEC samen met die families apart gesels het, bij die twee plekken.
Where the NEC spoke to those two families in these two places.
En daarna het ons teruggekomen naar Sladanha toe. En de MEC is teruggegaan toe.
After that, we came back to Sladanha, and the MEC went back to Cape Town.
So now you're aware where they are.
Dus waar is dat je uitgevallen halen is vandaag.
That was now the first time for me to know to find out where they were.
De reden hoekom ik aan daar geweest ben, was dat ik verstaan dat de gemeenschap was het.
The reason for what I received, that's why Kelly and them were there, it was because the community.
Oor de verdwijning van Joshlin en ook dat daar was 'n sterk gevoel in gemeenskap dat Kelly wel betrokke is met die verdwijning van die kind.
They were up in arms and there was a strong feeling in the community that Kelly and Buta were involved in this vanishing,
As ook Ayanda,
as well as Ayanda,
selfs as Rens,
as well as Renz.
van in daai tyd het dan nog 'n TikTok video ook uitgekom
Yeah, at that stage, another TikTok video came to surface
waar Stefano
where Stefano,
'n onderhoud gevoer het met Kaitlyn McKenzie
where Stefano was conducted an interview with Caitlin McKenzie,
waar Stefano melding gemaak het van sangomas,
where Stefano made mention about Sangoma,
dat Joshlin verkoop is aan sangomas
that Joshlin was sold to a Sangoma,
en dat Ayanda sodoende deel is van die verkoop aan die sangomas of deel is van die sangomas.
and Ayanda was part of the selling of the Sangoma to the Sangoma.
In daai konteks het laat doen. En dit natuurlik het ook die gemeenskap opgesloot
That in itself also pushed up the community, my lord,
teen Ayanda en Rens.
against Ayanda and Renz.
En dit het gelei na hulle onveilig gevoel het om aan te woon waar hulle woon in daai area.
That led to them feel unsafe at the place where they were residing.
So, if I can just interrupt you, also for context. We were going to have the evidence of, is it Colonel or Captain Morris?
Colonel.
Colonel Morris, earlier in the trial, but you're the investigating officer in the case. And I was then told he would have given evidence about some of these social media posts. Would this be included in that, as far as you know?
Dis regulaar.
Just so that I orientate myself. Yes, thank you.
So you said that they were feeling unsafe where
Yeah,
they
'cause-
were residing?
Hy het gesê hulle het onveilig gevoel waar hulle woonagtig was.
Dis regulaar.
That's correct, my lord.
Ek kan onthou, ek het nie met die twee pare gesels soos daar gewees het.
I can remember I didn't have a conversation with these two
Dit was basies net 'n groot
couples,
hoe gaan dit? Dit is ek weer weg saam met die allegations.
just greeting us how we were, and then
Ek het ook nie ingestaan in die gesprek waar die MEC met die twee pare gesels het.
I wasn't also part of the conversation where the MEC was speaking to these two couples.
Met die terugkoming Saldanha Bay op die Vrydag laatmiddag
With us coming back to Sladanha Bay the Friday afternoon,
het ek toe die inligting terug ontvang wat ek voor met die hof gedeel het.
then I received the information which I previously earlier shared with the court.
Ons was so gesê gewees dat die minister van polisie, die voormalige minister Detention,
We also received information that the previous known Minister of Police, Becky Taylor,
sal die volgende dag Saldanha Bay besoek
would visit Sladanha Bay the next day,
en dat hy met Kelly al ontmoet en haar gesels.
he would like to meet with Kelly and speak to her.
She's not yet an accused nor arrested, but a person of interest.
Dis
Sy was
korrek,
gearresteerd, sy was nog 'n persoon van belang.
dis korrek.
That's correct, my lord.
Ek het toe aangebly by die polisiestasie.
I reported at the police station.
Die lede het met my meegedeel dat hulle informers die dag gekloot het in die area en dat hulle geactiveer is.
Then members told me about informers they meet up in the area.
Just a moment, just a moment. I don't know whether I heard right. Did you use the word activeer?
Activeer.
That the informers were activated?
Formers were activated.
Dank u wel.
Yes.
Daar is daar met baie van ons senior offisiere van die provinsie en toe het Sladanha Bay aangekom waar ons met die ons span gesit het en presentation.
At that stage, a lot of our senior officials came to Sladanha, where a presentation took place.
En die report moes ons skryf wat ons aan die minister moet gee die volgende dag.
A report was supposed to be drafted to be given to the minister.
So the plan was the minister would be visiting the next day, the 2nd.
Dit was nou ons gesê gewees, ja.
Yes,
That was told to us that the minister will be visiting the next day.
the 2nd.
Saterdag die tweede,
Saterdag die 2de.
tweede maand.
2nd of March.
Die Vrydag aand het ons nou gesit met die presentation, ek was deel van die opstel van die Kernelstein en nog van die onderzoeksman.
That Friday night, we at this presentation, me and Milstein were part of people drafting,
As ook die senior offisiere van die provinsie.
also the senior officers of the province.
Ons het daardie sessie gehou in Sladanha Polisiestasie in die courtroom.
That session we held at Sladanha Police Station in the bottom.
Van die lede wat nie daar gewees het, was weer buite gewees
Some of the members who weren't there were outside the gate,
op soek na inligting wat ons kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
so looking for information that would assist us to get a hold of Joshlin, find Joshlin.
Ons was tot ek het omtrent al 12 aand terugkaart gery.
I left about 11, I drove back to Cape Town that night.
Nee, ek kan 'n tyd voor ek Sladanha verlaat het, was daar gesê dat Kelly moes ingelig word dat die minister met haar gesels.
Just before I left, I understood that Kelly was supposed to be informed that the minister wants to talk to her.
Daar was toe ek kan nie onthou hoe wie kontak gemaak met Kelly of te gaan te daar nie.
And Lord, I don't remember as to who made contact with Kelly or when they.
Maar daar was toe gepraat gewees dat Kelly wil nie meer daar wees nie, waar sy is nie. Sy wil gaan van Keiter McKenzie van haar gesê, hy gaan van 'n plek gee of 'n taal waar hulle moet slaap.
It was understood that Kelly doesn't want to be there anymore. She wants to leave because there's understanding that Gaten McKenzie was to arrange a place for them where they would sleep.
Een van die offisiere het toe gesê, gaan haal vir Kelly. Gesê vir Kelly te gaan haal waar sy is.
And then I told the officers that will fetch Kelly where she was.
Toe Kelly by die polisiestasie is, hoor dat ek net weg is. En ek het terugkaart toe. So die polisie se aan,
Okay. When she arrived at the police station, it was just after I left,
net voor ek weg is.
just before I left Cape Town.
Ek het nie 'n interaksie met haar gehad daar.
I didn't have any action with her that night.
Die volgende oggend, Saterdag die 2de Maart,
The next morning, the 2nd of March,
7 uur die oggend,
7 o'clock in the morning,
het ek weer Sladanha Bay aangekom.
I came again to Sladanha from Cape Town.
He arrived here at 7.
I arrived at 7 o'clock.
Ek het baie nie geslaap die dag verder.
I slept a few hours in the night.
Ek het gehoor dat Kelly die aandag gewees het, dat daar was 'n stryd gewees met Kelly en ek kan nie onthou presies wat het gebeur het, maar
I understood that Kelly was in that night. There was a quarrel with Kelly. I don't know what really happened.
en in die loop van daai oggend voor die minister gearriveer het.
During that morning before the minister arrived,
Ek kan onthou ek het van die boardroom uitgestap,
I remember I was coming walking from the boardroom
hierdie CSC
through the CSC
na die parkering na my voertuig
to my vehicle in the parking area.
Toe hoor ek iemand vir my meneer,
Then I heard someone calling me sir.
dit was die Kelly gewees.
It was Kelly.
Ek kan onthou Kelly het so donker groen rok aangegaan.
I can remember she was wearing a dark green dress,
Ja, hy was ek geblou.
blown out hair.
Sy mooi gewees.
She appeared beautiful.
En ons toe mag ek groot bygaan en ek sê sê my meneer. En soveel woorde. Ek is famous, Joshlin het my famous gemaakt.
Sir, I'm famous. Joshlin made me famous.
Ek word gelag en ek sê, ja, jy lyk nogal mooi.
I just laughed and said, but you look nice.
Was vir myself met Kelly gestop en nou.
That's when the conversation with me and Kelly stopped.
Die minister het toe later die oggend gearriveer in Sladanha polisiestasie.
The minister later arrived at Sladanha police station,
Waar hy met Kelly gesels gehad het.
where he had a talk with Kelly.
Ons het ook toe die presentasie aan die minister verduidelik.
We also explained the presentation to the minister
En wat die stand van sake is ten opsigte van die ondersoek en soektocht.
and what the position is as far as the investigation and about the search.
Julle agter, daar in die Saterdag
That Saturday, my lord,
was hier baie polisielede.
there was a lot of police members here.
Different eenhede van die polisie,
Different units.
Different units of the police.
almal was basically getasked om aan te gaan met die soek na Joshlin.
All of them were tasked as to carry on with the search for Joshlin.
Die tyd van die oggend het ek die meeste by die polisiestasie gespandeer en
That time of the morning, I spent most of my time at the police station.
ek dink die minister het sy gesels met die gemeenskap in die saal gehad, wat sou in die saal plaasgevind het.
I think the minister had his talk with the community, I think in the hall, in this hall, or it was
This
the
hall.
Die
That's
saal.
very same.
This hall.
Ek kan nie onthou of het wel plaasgevind het, die van ek was by die polisiestasie gewees.
I don't remember whether did it really eventually took place because I was at the police station.
Ek weet, die latere middag was daar die minister by die kliniek. Daar op 'n parkering het hy gestaan op een of ander buitelandse polisiebakkie.
And I remember that he was at Deersville at the clinic, I think was standing in one of the police bakkies.
Later that afternoon.
Dieselfde middag die tweede,
Yeah.
The same afternoon, the second,
waar die minister die gemeenskap toegespreek het.
where the minister addressed the community.
Deeswil was 'n reppende roer met die gemeenskaplede wat saamgetrou het.
Can you get it out? Deersville?
Reppende roer.
Was up in arms, the Penroof. Up in arms, my lord.
Dit was duidelik van die gemeenskapshouding daai dag, want ek was tussen die mense gewees.
It was clear of the conduct of the community that day, my lord, because I was amongst the people.
Wat ek so stel, die
Dit is
meeste wat
so.
daar gewees het, wat ek ook gesien het, dat van almal was nie dieselfde nie.
Not everyone was the same, my lord.
Hulle het 'n instansie ingeneem,
There's
teen die polisie te werk vir die ondersoek van Joshlin.
They took a stand as to work against the police for the search of Joshlin.
Op daardie stadium van die ondersoek, julle agter, het mense nie van my geken nie.
At that stage, my lord, people didn't know me,
So dit was maklik vir my om tussen die gemeenskap te gaan staan en met familielede om te hoor wat gesels word.
and it was easy for me to speak amongst the people,
No.
listen amongst the people, and some of
No. This is important. I've stressed it a couple of times. We need to get the evidence translated correctly. So I'm going to ask the witness to repeat.
And Ivere Rao,
He was saying, or you were saying, the part I heard, that people didn't know you at the time.
mense het ook Kennedy.
So it was easy for you to stand amongst the people and listen to the conversations of what was being said.
Dis die rede daarvan.
Good.
Daar was ook van ons lede wat dit gedoen het.
There was also part of our members who did the same.
Die gesels, ek kan dit nou in daai tyd toe die minister gepraat het.
I can remember during that stage when the minister was talking,
Keitel McKenzie se verskynning gemaak tussen die mense.
Agent Mackenzie made his appearance amongst the people.
En hy het die vraag gestel namens die gemeenskap aan die minister.
Then he posed questions on behalf of the community to the minister.
Daar was baie vrae gevra gewees het daar. Ek kan nie onthou wat alles gevra gewees het.
Lot of questions was asked, my lord, the day. I can't remember which questions.
Die afleiding wat ek kon maak met wat ek gehoor het en wat ek gesien het,
The assumption which I could make from what I've seen, what I've heard,
was dat die gemeenskap was onder 'n valse indruk geplaas
the community was put under a false pretense
dat die polisie die ondersoek van Joshlin gestop het.
that the police has stopped Joshlin's investigation or the search
'n paar dae na verdwyning.
a few days after that.
En dit was nie die waarheid gewees nie.
That was not true.
En agware,
What was your impression? Who were the sources of this false information?
op daardie stadium, ek was nie op TikTok gewees nie, ek was nie op TikTok gewees nie, ek het maar gehoor dat die mense TikTok video's verwys en daar's baie mense wat gewees het, maar insluitend Keitel McKenzie, wat duidelik gesê het dat die polisie is ondervoeg, die polisie het die resources hier, die ondersoek het gestop.
There was a lot of on TikTok, my lord, but I was not on TikTok, including on Agent Mackenzie. And there were a lot of people talking about the police doesn't have resources, the skin is stopped,
And incapable.
police
Waar
are
ons die polisie
incapable,
ondervoegd is en die nodige resources het nie, maar
they don't have the necessary resources.
die informatie wat ons ontvang het, vir ons gearriveer het, soos Luitenant Koning sy behoorde gesê het, was daar baie resources hier gewees van die begin af te help en soek na Joshlin.
But from the information we had, my lord, there was a lot of resources made or made available to use in the search of Joshlin.
Daar was politielede ingebring van ander polisiestasies om te kom help.
Police from other police stations brought in to come and assist searching.
Wat daardie houding van die gemeenskap het dinge baie bemoeilik. Van
After the attitude of the community, my lord, things became very difficult.
ons kon nie deurdring dat ons lekker kon sit met die gemeenskap en gesels te hoor wat gaan aan, hoe kan julle vir ons help?
We could not get through to them as to speak to them nicely and how can they assist us.
Het was asof elke sekere mense wat op TikTok was en ander media's, dat hulle die ondersoekbeamptes is, hulle weet wat die polisie inquiry uitgaan, hulle weet wat die polisie doen.
It appeared that the people on TikTok were the people with doing the investigation, they more better than what the police are knowing. They do better than the police can do.
Het was duidelijk dat baie van die gemeenskap het verlede wat so baie langs gebruik het.
It was clear because of about the people in the community were talking a lot.
Het nie besef die gevare wat hulle vir Joshlin kon inplaas.
They did not realize the dangers they can put Joshlin in.
Vanaf daardie stadium van die ondersoek
Because of that stage of the investigation,
was daar geen bewys dat Joshlin wel dood is nie.
there was no evidence stating that Joshlin or showing that Joshlin was dead.
Die fokus was om vir Joshlin te kry lewendig en is nog steeds.
The focus was to get Joshlin alive, and which is still.
En mense wat so wil aangegaan het met die negatiewe publisiteit en
People who were now going wild with this negative publicity,
van wat part gewees het van dit is dat as die polisie hier is, dan is daar 'n live. Dan daar TikTok.
when the police would be at a certain point, they would be live and be TikTok.
Dat dit versprei so veel kry. En dit het so mate belemmer dat ons met sekere gemeenskaplede kan deurbring. Ek glo stellig dat daar was gemeenskaplede wat is wat wil voor die dag kom met moontlike inligting.
It affected in such a way, my lord. At a certain stage, my lord, we realized there could be people from the community can come up with information,
Maar die negatiewe publisiteit
but the negative publicity,
wat deel gemaak het van die social media trends,
which was part of this social media trend,
het dit moeilik gemaak vir ons om daai verhouding op daardie stadium te bou.
that made it difficult for us to build that relationship.
Daar was 'n uitdrukking van die gemeenskap met hulle leiers dat die polisie steek goed weg.
There was also information through the leaders that the police were hiding some stuff.
Die polisie leer hou informasie van hulle af.
They withheld some information.
I'm sorry, I just want to, can you just repeat what you said? Daar was 'n uitroep van die gemeenskap.
Dat die polisie steek goed van hulle weg en leer hou informasie oor soek na Joshlin.
So die uitroep was van die gemeenskap.
Ja.
Outcome from the community that police were holding some information.
En
Okay.
dat hulle wil alles weet.
They want to know everything.
Het was duidelijk dat hulle nie weet hoe ondersoek werk en dat
It was clear that they didn't know as to how investigation works,
en dat ons as polisie ons gee verslag aan die victims en familie.
we give reports to the victims of the families.
Dis ons werk as leerders.
It is our job as detectives.
En agter die as ek teruggaan kom na die lives waar die mense die polisie so gevolg het.
If I go back to the lives that the police were following,
As dat verdagtes mense wat regte maar organiseer of enige verdagte mense kyk na social media en hulle kyk na wat die polisie doen.
suspects in organized crime would, through the social media, would see as to what the police would be doing.
En in so 'n geval soos dit, as
Such a situation like that,
die victim nog area is
If the victim is still in the area
of enige ander area
of any other area,
en die polisie doen hulle deursoekings
then when the police do their searches,
en die gemeenskap plaas die goed live,
and then this, what the police do, would be put live,
kan hulle die lewe van die victim in gevaar stel.
that can result in putting the life of the victim in danger.
Hulle kan ook die verdagtes die tip opgee dat die polisie is besig hier.
They would also give the suspects that the tip off that the police were busy here.
Het kan wees dat die polisie miskien by moontlike verdagtes se huis of familie se huis.
It can so happen that the police may be at suspect's house or family of the victim's house.
So dis al die verdagtes die ek sal sê die 10 stappe vooruit gee om te beweeg met die victim.
It will give the suspects an upper hand as to
Wat baie beslis die sukses van die ondersoek kan belemmer vir die
which can affect in a bad way success of the investigation
as wat besoek word.
as far as the searches.
Terug by die klere.
Ja. Van die rest van die dag en nacht, waar jy ons kon, terwyl ons daar gestaan het as die gemeenskap, kon niemand van ons enigiets positief wysgenoot het. Deur die gesels van die gemeenskap, oor waar het Joshlin is, of enige positieve leiding kry oor wie die moontlike, of wie die verdagtes is, agter die verdwijning.
Whilst we were there, my lord, none of us received any positive information as to where Joshlin would be and who would be the perpetrators, or who could be the perpetrators.
Die soektog en die ondersoek onder daardie moeilike omstandighede in die gemeenskap.
The search and the investigation under that difficult circumstances was
En voor te gaan die Saterdagmiddag in Diaswal.
proceeded that Saturday afternoon in Diasville.
Maar dit het 'n negatiewe uitslag gehad.
It had a negative outcome.
Mr. Honourable, I think we take the evidence up to that Saturday evening. And then I'm going to take a 20-minute or so adjournment. You would have seen that I made gestures to the court orderlies because they indicated to me that the food had arrived. It wasn't here before we started, so I told them just to give me the heads up. But we can go on until the end of the day for that Saturday because I don't want to break it here now. As I was informed, there is a way to heat up the food.
Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry, I did not see.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
I was gesturing to the two police officials sitting over there, the court orderlies,
Thank
as
you,
they
Madam.
had made the arrangements for the food for the accused.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
As the court pleases.
Die rest van die dag was daar nog so gesê dat ondersoek gedoen,
During the, as I said, the rest of the day, my lord, investigation was done,
maar dit het ook 'n negatiewe result uitgegee vir ons.
but that also gave us a negative outcome.
Ek gaan daar stop vir die dag.
I'll stop there for the day, my lord.
Not for this day, but for that day.
Will 20 minutes be sufficient? 20 minutes be sufficient? Because we had a long break before 12. Let me just hear from counsel because it's going to be a long afternoon. Do you want half an hour or 20 days? Or 20 minutes? Because I know you also want to have something to eat. I don't know whether you had your lunch already.
My Lord, as far as the time is concerned, I think it would depend on how long it takes the accused to
No, the
have
food's
their
here,
lunch.
so 20 minutes will be, I think, sufficient.
I'm
Okay,
happy
let's
to
take
do
20
exactly.
minutes till 20 past 1, whereafter we will resume.
As the court pleases.
Court adjourned.
Dat is gevaarlijk om informatie mee te geven. Een hele keel af, maar hij ook dat zag. Dat speelt van een hele keel af.
Ik ben met je hond praten, je moet harder
Ja, ik zeg maar, dat speelt van
Je moet harder praten, je kan niks horen.
Mag eens de goede? Ja, ik kus toe hier met de landpunt uit de minus.
Yo, and Mali Catalina Lawe, Pumukili. Yes, yes. And the Ilawe and someone there.
I don't understand you as the chief registrar, the person I'm reporting directly to, the question really my minister of the job as you chose you run after social media, exposing what you believe, you don't believe in me. I don't know what to expect me now to, what I'll say to my confidence. I'm doing a job which I believe I'm doing properly because somewhere, somehow, we're not all perfect. Anyone can make a mistake. It's not that there's a slash. I'm really disappointed in you, but you did say some time ago, 2 years ago, interpreters is fine, you can just go into it and find one. I don't know what you're up to. You believe in social media, keep it like that. But please, don't ever send me negative stuff to me, please. If you want to do something better, you can come and do it yourself, or get someone else. Please, don't do this to me. I don't have that kind of strength to listen to nonsense. How is that?
I wanna be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I wanna
No positive information was received on that Sunday to find Joshlin.
Just one moment. Colonel, I've just promoted you.
Dankie dat ek
Captain, if it's possible to either sit slightly closer to the microphone or speak a little bit louder. And Mr. Blow, the same applies to you. I have difficulty hearing. I think you are speaking to the side of the microphone, Mr. Blow. Maybe just turn it more so that you speak into the microphone. Thank you, because if it's difficult for me, it will be worse for Mr. Harmse. I've been told he thinks he's older than me. Yes, thank you.
Na die afloop van die ondersoek het ons bespreek die operasies vir die volgende dag van maandag, die 4de Maart.
After this day's investigation, then we discussed about the operation that would take place on the 4th of March, the Monday.
Maandagoggend die 4de Maart
Monday morning, the 4th of March,
het die soektogspan by mekaar gekom in
the
die
search team gathered together
by mekaar gekom in die saal.
in this hall.
Ons was, as ek reg kan onthou, iets soos 380
We were, if I can remember clearly, 380
lede. Dit sluit nou in
members, including
polisielede
police
wat uit uniform bestaan het,
from uniform,
speurders van verskillende polisiestasies.
detectives from different police stations.
Daar was nog lede van die FCS eenheid van die ander areas wat hier gewees het.
There were also members of FCS unit from other areas.
Ons het van die ondersoeklede gehad van die provinsiale kantoor.
We had also members from in the investigation team of the provincial office,
Die anti-gang unit wat onder organized crime resorteer.
anti-gang unit which is falling under organized crime.
Daar was van het uniform gedeelte van die polisie was daar lede van verskillende afdelings.
From the uniform police, there were members from different divisions.
Die K9 eenheid was deel van die ondersoek.
K9 was part of the investigation.
Die LCRC fotograwe en almal die forensiese
LCRC,
deskundiges wel. hè.
the forensics experts,
Stad Kaapstad met hulle law enforcement en
City of Cape Town with the law enforcement.
hulle was weer ook hier met nog K9 honde,
They were also here again with K9 dogs,
gewone law enforcement lede, asook die ondersoekers van die City of Cape Town, was van hulle lede wat deel gemaak het van dit.
and also part of the City of Cape Town's investigators was also part of it.
Ander resources wat ek ons gebruik het was drones,
Drones.
ja.
Other resources used was also with drones.
Ons het die operasie so beplan dat ons die gedeelte van die veld wat om Dias wil loop. Ons het daai gedeeltes tot en met van die duin af begin het ons in verskillende blokke opgedeel.
We planned this operation in such a way that Diaz will enter the dunes. We were going to search and share it up.
As ek onder korreksie kan reg onthou, was ons iets soos amper 20 spanne.
If I, under correction, my lord, we were about 20 teams.
En elke groep het gehad ervare speurders,
Each group would have experienced a detective,
uniformlede,
uniform members,
forensiese deskundiges.
forensic experts.
Die honde was ook deel van dit.
Dogs were also part of it.
So met elke groep het was daar 'n bevelvoerder gewees. Ek myself
Every group would have a person in charge, that would be
Ek myself was ingedeel in 'n groep,
I was also into a group,
maar ek was nie die bevelvoerder van daai groep span nie.
but not the person in charge of that group.
Die rede vir dit was dat as daar enige iets positief of enigiets gevind word van belang,
The reason for that, if maybe something positive or something of importance,
dan kan ek net uit my groep uit beweeg en dan by die ander groep aansluit waar so 'n bevinding
then I would
gemaak
just
sou
leave my
wees.
group and go and enjoy myself as to what would be found.
Die soektog was die hele dag gewees.
The search was the whole day.
Die operasie het eers laat die middag klaar gemaak.
The operation stopped later that day.
Ons het weer die debriefing sessie hier in die saal gehad.
Then we had again the debriefing session in this hall.
Ek is na 4 voor 5 as ek hier vanaf weg na die FCSC borde perseel toe.
After 4, before 5, I went to the sea border, FCS.
Egbare, met die beplanning van wat die maandag gaan gebeur,
With the planning as to what was going to happen the Monday,
het ons as 'n ondersoekspan besluit dat ons gaan vir Kelly, Boeta en Stefano interview. So wie met hulle onderhoud voer.
the plan was that the investigating team, that we're going to have an interview again with Kelly, Buta and Stefano.
Van dat dit in die loop van die dag bekend geword dat
Because during the day it became known
laat Reins ook sy was al klaar lange baan uit weg of op pad Kaap toe.
because at that stage it appears that Rens was already left Langeban, probably on the way to Cape Town.
En toe besluit ons die 3 wat hier is, kom ons gaan weer die onderhoud met hulle voer na die afloop van die operasie van die maandag die 4.
Then we decided after the finalization of the operation of that Monday, we're going to have a interview with the 3 of them again.
En die rede vir dit was dat die soos ek voorheen melding gemaak het van die oop vrae na my onderhoud met hulle die 25ste.
The reason for that was about the questions which I
Het ons besluit dat kom ons kry al 3 van hulle
we decided let's get the 3 of them
by 'n selfe perseel en dan gaan ons onderhoud voer met hulle al 3.
at the same premises, and then we'll conduct an interview with all 3.
Van voorheen was die ondervraging, dit was ieder Kelly alleen en dat gevolg het met boetes wat ek het gedoen het. Stefano was 'n paar dae na gesien gewees.
Because initially this interview would take place in this manner. Sometimes would be first with Buta, after a while would be Kelly, and Stephanus was taken a few days after.
En daai tyd van die dag was Stefano se verklaring reeds bekom gewees.
And at that stage of the day, a statement from Stefano was already found.
So die opdrag was, terwyl ons soek, laat ons uitvind waar Stefano, Kelly en Buta is, en dat die wat weet waar hulle is die middag, moet hulle gaan optel en bring seeborde toe.
And whoever know where they would be, Buta, Stefano and Kelly, must go and pick them up and bring them to seaboard.
Nadat ek weg is hier, soos ek gesê het, ek dink ek het about so 5:30 by seeborde aangekom.
4 to 5 o'clock, I arrived at Seaboard.
Het
5 to 5:30.
5,
sorry,
Between 5 and 5:30 or 4:30 and 5?
4:30 en 5.
4:30.
Ja, maar dit lang weg. Toen ik daar kom, die brigadier Nana was al reeds daar geweest.
on my arrival, Brigadier
Hanana.
Anana was already there. Anana. On arrival, Brigadier Hanana was already there.
Van toen ik stop, toen was voor mij gezegd geweest, de brigadier is op zoek naar mij.
When I stopped, and then I was told that the brigadier was looking for me.
Ik is toen naar de brigadier waar hij in een kantoor gezet had in die FCS-gebouw.
I went to him where he was seated in an office in the FCS building.
Hij had met mij meegedeeld dat een persoon met de naam Owen
Then he informed me about a person with the name of Owen.
is buiten en dat Owen is in besit van moontlike inligting
Owen was outside, and then Owen would be in possession of possible information
wat vir ons kan help
which could help us
om vir Joshlin te vind.
to find Joshlin.
Na my gesprek met die brigadier van ek het ook aan hom terugvoering gegee oor
After this discussion with the brigadier, I also gave him some feedback
van die operasie wat toe geëindig het vroeër.
about the operation which ended earlier.
As ek toe uit na die parkeerarea net voor die FCS-gebouw.
Then I went out to the parking area just in front of the FCS building.
Daar het 'n kledingmanspersoon gestaan
A colored male was standing there.
en ek het hom glad nie geken nie.
I didn't know him at all.
Ek het gevra of hy Owen is, hy het my gesê ja, hy is Owen.
I asked him whether, are you Owen? He said, yes, I was Owen.
In daai tyd het Kelly ook 'n verskyning gemaak by die FCS-gebouw.
At that stage, Kelly made an appearance at this FCS building.
Ek het toe verstaan dat Kelly was by Hoekies Bay.
Then I understood that Kelly was at Wikisbai.
Kelly en Boeta
Kelly and Buta were at Wikisbai.
was by Hoekies Bay opgehaal geweest
Went to be fetched from
deur sergeant Sikobe
by Sergeant Sikobe
en sergeant vroue Speeder May,
and Detective May,
wat 'n vrou is.
who's a lady.
Dis nou soos jy aangeloop het ek dit uitgevind, edelagbare.
I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt you there. So, do I understand you now? As you were standing in the parking area, you see Kelly arrive. Is it only Kelly or is it Kelly and Buta?
Toe even die parkeer area is hier toe see in Kelly kom toe aan, was het Kelly alleen of was het Kelly en Buta?
Dit was Kelly alleen geweest.
It was Kelly alone.
Boeta was nie saam met haar geweest nie.
Buta was not with her.
Met my vraag oor waar Boeta is, was ek verwys op na die Seaboard kantore toe.
When I asked as to where Buta was, I was then directed up to the Seaboard offices.
Wat ek toe gedoen het was dat ek vir Kelly gevra het om binne te gaan na die FCS kantore toe.
What I did was to ask Kelly to go inside the offices of FCS.
Owen het meer
Can I just clarify, when you say Kelly arrived, did she arrive on her own there, or because she was fetched from Wikis Bay, she and Buddha by Sikhobe and May, but when you saw her in the parking area, was she walking alone or was she accompanied by a police official?
If in die parkeer areas in aangesien hulle gaan haal was by Wikisbai, was sy alleen gewees of was sy met 'n persoon gewees?
Edelagbare, daar was polisielede op daai tyd op die parkeerarea.
There were policemen on the parking area at that stage, my lord.
Ek het nie gevra wie dit nou hier gebring nie, van die opdrag was gewees van die uitwale is en as julle uitvind, bring hulle dat ons met hulle gesels na
I
die
didn't ask
operasie.
us to we brought them here because the order was that find out where they are. As soon as we found out, bring them here.
Deur die loop van die aand het ek uitgevind dat Stefano dat was gehaal gewees in Diasville.
Then when the night was progressing, my Lord, then I understood that Stefan was in Deersville.
Fietsteen in Diasville.
So you then asked her to go inside.
Yes. Ek vra het om in te gaan van Owen het nie voor by die FCS by die deur gestaan nie.
I asked her to go inside because Owen wasn't standing in front of the FCS door.
Owen het meer aan die linkerkant van die parkering gestaan by die muur wat daar gebou is, net naby aan die muur van het gerook.
He was standing to the left hand side next to the wall, standing smoke while he was smoking.
Ek het toe vir haar ingestuur, vir haar gesê ek gaan nou weer na wees, ek moet gou ingaan daar's mense daar binne.
I said you can go inside. I'll follow you now. There are people inside.
Ek dink sy is toe in, ek is toe op na die seaborder kantoor toe opgestap waar Boeta en wat ek Boeta en Stefano gekry het.
She went in and then I walked up to the seaborder offices. But if I put her grade.
Toe ek by die seaborder kantore aankom, was Boeta en Owen en nog lede, was 'n hele klomp lede op die perseel gewees hierdag.
When I arrived at seaborder, it was Buta and Owen and a lot of other members.
Just a moment.
Yeah,
You said earlier, and that wasn't interpreted, that you went to the seaborder offices where you got Buta and Stefano
In die boardkamer, dis reg hier in die boardkamer sit.
in the boardroom.
Dis reg hier agter.
Buta and Stefano.
And Owen, did he go with as well?
Nee, Owen het nie. Owen het
Are we just making the arrangements for the medication? So we're going to ask Constable Pillay to get water and the tablet that's been dispensed.
thank you.
Yes, I just want to clarify this because there seems to be some confusion. So Buta and Stefano, they're in the boardroom at Seaborder.
by die seaborder kantore, die gebou seaborder gebou hier agter.
It's the Seaborder building.
Die gebou ja.
But whose offices are those?
Dit is seaborder se kantore.
Is Seaborder part of SAPS?
Dis korrek. Hulle is die kan ek so stel, hulle polisie die waters.
Yes. All right. And so what happened to Owen?
Vir Owen het ek met hom gesê ek is nou by hom, ek kom nou af. Ek gaan
Leave
net
him
op
outside.
buite gelos.
I said to him, just get out, I'll be back to you now. I left him outside.
Sorry, I just want to be sure. So Owen was left there next to the wall there where he was smoking, in the parking area.
Hy het gestaan naby die muur.
Yeah, okay. And it was only Stefano and Buddha who were up in the seaborder building.
Dis korrek dit agter.
Thank you. And further, sorry, just for record purposes, I understand that seaborder officers and FCS officers are on the same premises.
Dis reg dit agter.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Met die aankoms in die kantoor het ek opgelet
On my arrival in the office, I took note
dat Boeta se linkeroog, se linkeroog was geswel en bietjie blou gewees.
I let up that I saw that Buta's left eye was swollen and a little bit blue.
Ek het toe gevra, was sy aangerand gewees?
I asked him, were you assaulted?
Hy het gesê nee.
He said no.
Stefano, ek kon geen waar Stefano gesit het, kon ek geen sigbare gewonde aan hom gesien het nie.
Where Stefan was seated, I could not see any visible injuries.
Ek het toe gesê dat daar's die onderhoud met Owen is nou die priority
And I told them that now the interview with Owen would be priority.
en dat ek gaan afgaan na Owen toe
I'll just go down to Owen
om te hoor wat is die inligting wat Owen saam met ons wil deel.
to hear from Owen as to what information does he want to share with us.
Dit is waar ek vir Stefano en vir Boeta gelos het.
That's where I left Buta and Stefano.
Want die fokus was om vir Joshlin te kry.
My focus was on finding Joshlin.
Ek en Owen het toe die onderhoud ondergaan
Me and Owen had the interview down there
in die FCS gebou.
in the FCS building.
In daai tyd het ons vir Kelly gesê maar sy kan maar daar voor staan van Susan Sikobi, hulle almal het ook nogal voor gestaan in en uit die hele tyd.
At that stage, we asked Colin to stand, to stand up in front, where such and Sikwabe and the others were standing.
Ek het toe verneem dat Owen en Kelly hulle mekaar ken.
And then I found out that Owen and Kelly were knowing each other.
Owen het met ons meegedeel dat 5 jaar gelede,
Owen informed us that 5 years ago,
het is nou 5 jaar van 2024 af, maak ons na 2019 toe.
though from 2024, that would now take us to 2019,
Het hy 'n manspersoon gehelp intrek by jou huis
he assisted a certain male person to move into a house
in Sladanha Bay
in Sladanha Bay.
en hy het die persoon se werf skoongemaak na 'n tyd.
Then he cleaned the yard of this person after a time.
En Owen deel met ons dat hy kon nie vir ons duidelikheid gee oor wanneer nie, maar dat die manspersoon vir hom gevra het om uit die woord gebruik 'n wit meisie.
Owen told us that this person couldn't tell us as to exactly when, but this person asked him about a white lady.
Wat hy moet soek of help soek of die man soek die 'n wit meisie
He might help to assist, or this man is looking for.
tussen die ouderdom van 6 en dink 17 jaar oud.
Between the ages of 6 and I think to 17 years.
Volgens Owen
According to Owen,
het hy die indruk gekry dat die manspersoon 'n Sangoma is.
according to Owen, he got the impression that this man was a Sangom,
En dat die persoon in die vloot werk.
and this person is working at the Navy.
Ons het toe hom gevra van toe die ondersoek het van my lede kom insit. Waar bly die manspersoon?
We also asked him as to where does this male person reside.
Hy het ons verduidelik na 'n woonbuurt in Sladanha Bay.
Then he directed us into a residing area in Sladanha Bay,
En dat hy die huis kan uitwys aan ons.
that he can go and point out the house to us.
Hy het ook aan ons genoem dat die vloot, die man wat in die vloot
He also said that the man in the Navy
is nie altyd by die huis nie.
is not always at home,
En dat die buurman
that the neighbor
dink hy het toegang tot die man se huis.
he thinks that the neighbor may have access to the house of this man.
Ons het onmiddellik gemobiliseer dat ons die inligting moet opvolg.
We immediately mobilized as to follow up this information.
Ons het toe ons crime intelligence was daar deel van ons.
Our crime intelligence was part of us at that night.
Ons het toe gevra dat daar surveillance gehou moet word op die huis en ouwen het gaan wys waar die huis is.
Then we asked that surveillance be kept on this house, and then Owen went to point out the house.
Ons het toe gesê, okay, ons gaan die huis besoek
Then we said that we're going to visit this house
net voor het donker word.
just before it gets dark.
Rede vir dit was die huis was nog heeltyd niemand in gewees nie.
Because the reason for that was at that stage, no one was in the house as yet.
Lede van ons ondersoekspan het ek toe gevra om die huis te gaan besoek.
The members of our investigating team, I asked them to go and visit the house.
Ek het agtergebly.
I remained behind
Van Kelly was daar onder gewees
because Kelly was down there.
en ek wou maximum lede van ons saam wou gestuur het ek saam gestuur
A maximum of our members I sent with
om die huis te gaan besoek.
to visit the house.
Hulle is omtrent, ek dink die beplanning was gewees om 8 uur te gaan. Ja,
The plan was that they would go there at 8.
alles net so voor 8, naby aan 8 uur weg, daar onder by Seaborder.
They just left before 8, close to 8 from Seaborder.
In die tyd het, as ek onder gewees, die lede is weg, Boeta en Stefano is nog daarbo.
During that time, the members are gone. Uta and Stefan are still up there.
Daar het ook van ons lede 1 of 2 agtergebly by my by die gebou.
There were also 1 or 2 of our members who remained behind with me at the building.
Ek kan onthou, daar was tye wat ek saam met Kelly buite gestaan het,
I can remember there were times that I would stand outside with Kelly,
waar ons 'n gewone small talks gehad het.
where we had the usual talk, small talk.
Sy het gerook, sy het 'n hele paar keer gerook.
She was smoking a few times.
Owen was ook buite gewees.
Owen was also outside.
Ek het vir Owen gesê voor die lede weg is, hy weet Kelly is hier.
I told Owen before the members left that you know that Kelly is here.
So hy moet nie die inligting met Kelly deel nie.
He should not share this information with Kelly.
In die tyd waar die gedeelte van ons ondersoekspan weg is,
During the time when part of our investigation team has left,
het Owen ook buite die gerookery saam Kelly, hulle toe saam op 'n tyd gerook.
then Owen also with Kelly carried on with the smoking.
Wat vir my opvallend gewees het was dat Kelly het nie gevra aan my of ek 'n gehoor vra aan enige ander persoon. Waantoe is die span op pad nie? Wat het hulle inligting gekry of nie?
What is observant from me, my lord, is that I didn't hear Kelly even asking the other persons where's the other team.
Sy het nie gevra dat sy wil by Boeta uitkom.
She asked more that she wanted to meet up with Buddha. She wanted to be at Buddha.
Sy wil daarbo uitkom waar Boeta is en almal dit.
She wanted to go up there and be with Buddha where he is.
Ek het vir haar gesê nee.
I said to her, no,
Boeta is fyn daarbo.
Buddha is fine up there.
Ek het in die tyd het ek ook ek dink 1, 2 of 3 keer opgegaan.
During that time, I think I went up twice or thrice.
En vir Kelly ondergelos met van die lede wat daar gebly het.
Left Kelly down there with the other members who remained there.
En dat ek kan teruggaan en repeteer wat Boeta is okay.
Then I would report back to her that Buddha was fine. Buddha was okay.
Sy sou net stil bly vir 'n paar minute, dan was dit weer. Ek wil na Boeta toe gaan, is Boeta okay?
She would just keep quiet for a few minutes, then she would start again. I want to go to Buddha, is Buddha okay?
Die groep wat die huis besoek het ongeveer, ek dink dit was vir 1 uur en 'n half weggebly.
The group went to visit the house. I think they stayed away for an hour and a half.
Hulle het teruggekom en terugvoering gegee aan my.
They came back and gave me feedback.
Hulle het met my meegedeel dat die huis van die persoon wat ouer na verwys is aan Goma, daar was niemand gewees nie.
They informed me that the house which Owen was mentioned about the person what would be of Sangoma, there was no one there.
Maar dat die buurman het wel die huis oopgesluit vir hulle van die persoon
But the neighbor unlocked the house to them of this person.
en dat dit 'n negatiewe result op die einde van die dag afgegee het.
I couldn't hear you.
It gave a negative result at the end of the day.
I couldn't hear the witness.
Dat dit 'n negatiewe uitslag gelewer het.
Yes, thank you.
Ons het toe besluit dat die onderhoude gaan nou begin. Dit was nou al so voor 8 uur die aand na ons hele gesels oor wat gebeur het die maandag aan.
Then we decided now we're going to proceed with the interviews.
Nee, jammer, julle, alles 8 uur weg, het was nou al voor 10.
They left at 8 o'clock. My correction, my lord, it was before 10.
Die onderhoude het toe begin na bo, ons is toe weer, ek is toe weer op, om te sê op,
The interviews proceeded and I went up again,
waar Boeta en Stefano nog steeds daar gewees het.
where Buddha and Stefan were still there.
Were they now still in the boardroom?
Ja,
Still nog in the boardroom. Yes.
ons het toe besluit dat die opdrag was gewees, kom ons haal vir Stefano uit die boordkamer uit.
Then the decision was that let's take Stefan out of the boardroom.
En ons vat vir Stefano by die kantoor langs in.
We'll take Stefan to the office next door.
En die approach wat ons ingeneem het was dat
The approach which we used was that
was gebaseer op Kelly en Boeta se verhouding.
was based on the relationship of Buddha and Kelly.
Ons het geweet dat Kelly en Boeta die gehegte band.
We knew that they had a strong connection.
Dat Kelly, soos ek voorheen genoem het, die stem is van die verhouding.
That Kelly would be the voice, as I said earlier, of this relationship.
En dat Boeta skuiling vind agter dit wat Kelly die stem gewees het.
And Buddha would find a way of hiding as behind it, since Kelly was now the voice.
En ons het ook gedurende die ondersoek agtergekom dat Kelly wil nie geskei wees van Boeta nie.
We also picked up that during this interview, Kelly don't want to be separated from Buddha.
En in die verhouding met die drie wat ons daar gehad het, was Stefano die odd one, die uitstaande ene.
Then Stefano had to realize that he was the odd one, as I said.
Van as ons kyk na Kelly en Boeta se verklaring,
When we look at Buddha and Kelly's statement,
wat hulle afgegee het die 20ste Februarie,
which they made on the 20th of February,
gaan hulle verklarings net oor hulle twee self.
these statements would only contain about themselves.
Niks van Stefano nie.
Nothing of Stefano.
En soos ons weet met die ondersoek het Stefano bekend geword deur die verklaring wat van Rens geneem gewees het.
Then, as we know that Stefano became known after a statement was taken from Rennes.
Eerwaarde, so ons het besluit dat ons moet laat Stefano verstaan
Then we decided that Stefano must make Stefano to understand
dat hy nie beskerm word
that he was not protected
deur Kelly en Boeta nie.
by Kelly and Buta.
Die ondersoek, die interviews was net 2 kantore gehou. Ek was in beide kantore in en uit.
These interviews took place in 2 offices. I was in and out of these offices.
En die rede vir dit was as daar informasie uitkom by die een,
The reason for that was that if information would come from one of them,
veral nuwe informasie of verskillend van wat hulle al klaar bekend gemaak het aan die polisie,
new information except what they already made known to the police,
dat dit onmiddellik opgeneem gaan word met die ene nuuskantoor.
that would be taken up immediately in the next office.
So ek kan onthou saam met my was een van my lede, San Fortuin,
I can remember with me was one of my members, Sergeant Fortain.
in my afwesigheid het hy die onderhoude gelei.
In my absence, he would lead these interviews.
Die onderhoud het met Stefano begin, waar ons begin het met Stefano,
The interview started with Stefano, where we started with him,
waar ons die gewone meriete van sy verklaring hier gegaan het,
we went through the usual merits of his statement,
en op 'n punt gekom wat ons hom basically het geglo het, hy is nog geïsoleer, die broeder, as jy die broederbond tussen Kelly, hulle beskerm nie vir jou nie.
That's when we also come to this, what we decided, this, the bond that you must understand, Kelly and Buta are not protecting you.
Just a moment. Were all 3 of them together at some stage?
Was al drie van hulle op die stadium by mekaar gewees,
Later aan,
later that night.
het was net waar, nie al drie nie, Boeta en Stefano,
No, we'll get
Buta
there.
and Stefano.
Remember you said you took Stefano out of the boardroom.
ja,
So at the time when Stefano went out of the boardroom, was Kelly already there?
Kelly was by die FCS kantore gehou gewees.
Kelly was next door.
Sy is daar ondergehou.
She was kept at the FCS down there.
So the position would then be, if I understand it correctly, I just want to get clarity, is that Buta would be in the boardroom, Stefano would be in the room next door.
Dis geen raket lag maar.
And were there specific members allocated to each of the rooms, except for you that have been shuttling between the two?
Was enige lede, spesifieke lede, aangewees in die 2 kamers, die boardroom en die ander aansangkantoor, behalwe u wat nou tussenin uit en in beweeg het?
Edelagbare, daar was lede gesit gewees om na hulle te kyk,
There were members left put there to look after them,
maar die instruksie was, ons soek nie 'n die mekaar ondervraging nie.
but the instruction was we don't want a confusing interview.
So die onderhoud gaan gelei word deur my en Susan Fortuin,
The interview would be held by myself and Sergeant Fortain,
maar dat Sergeant Fortuin die lead gaan neem van die ondervraging, so as ek uitbeweeg en hy is by die kantoor, kan hy aangaan.
Sergeant Fortain will took the lead in asking questions. For instance, if I go out, then we can proceed.
En wat belangrik is van daai was dat as Boeta moet sien ons gaan by Stefano in ons steeds praat met Stefano, dan weet hy ons kom weer van Stefano af en ons kom vra vir oor 'n feit. Is dit dat ons miskien informasie het waar op 'n gelyke tyd gedeel word met different spedes het. Die informasie is beperk tot dieselfde mense. Zoals jy dit vir my gesê het, gaan ek met die storie langs in toe.
There's a situation whereby, let's say, for instance, one speaks, gives certain information. What you would give me as detectives will go and tell it to the next person next door.
So die kanse van misinterpretation is skaars.
Chances of misinterpretation were very scarce.
Can you just pause there? I just want to understand, because this might be important, especially for purpose of the trial within the trial part. I think you may have been in court when the explanations of plea
Yes,
was
that's
given.
right.
So it would be Fortuin and yourself, you are the interviewers,
Ja,
and you would shuttle,
so Jacques, ja.
both of you.
Ek het meestal gejagal hy ook.
So whilst you're with Stefano, Buddha is left alone.
Daar is havenslede wat na hom
No,
gekyk
no,
het.
but what
daar.
I mean, there's nobody asking him questions.
Nee,
And then you would return from the room next door into the boardroom, and you would ask him a few questions, and so it would go from room to room.
dit is so eerlik, so ek het meer die agterrol gespeel. Omdat ek weet ek moet nog gaan na Kelly toe, ek moet na onderhoud gaan kyk, so dat Fortuin wat die leier moes kyk, dat sy stem die leierstem is met die onderhoud.
I played a lesser role because I still have to go to Kelly. Now, Fortin was now the one leading.
Okay, so let's go back. You said you then started with Stefano. Now, before any of these questioning started, on the 25th, when you had the interviews with Kelly and with Buddha, you told me that you first explained rights to them. On this occasion, was anything explained to them? If so, at what stage? If not, just tell me.
Hy het getuig dat toe u op onderhoud so gevoer het met Boeta en Kelly die 25ste, het u julle regte aan hulle verduidelik. Ek ben op hierdie stadium of u dit gedoen het, op watter stadium.
En agbare, toe die onderhoude begin het ons nie hulle regte aan hulle gegee nie.
When the interview started, we didn't give them or read out the rights to them,
Maar dit het wel later aan gebeur.
but it happened later that night.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any particular reason for that?
Is daar enige spesifieke rede vir dit?
Op daardie stadium, alhoewel alle moontlike verdagtes, persons of interest is, was er nog steeds getuies op daardie stadium.
At that stage, even though they were probably suspects or people of interest, but they could also be regarded as witnesses.
Van hulle het getuieverklaringe afgelewer.
And
Hulle het getuieverklaringe afgegee.
they have already given witness statements.
Yes.
En agbare na, ek dink dit was 10 of 15 minute, is ek toe af na die FC.
Can't hear you.
Ek dink so 10 of 15 minute daarbo gewees, so ek toe af na die FCS gebou toe waar Kelly is.
I think I was up there for 10, 15 minutes. Then I went down to the FCS offices where Kelly was.
Daar het ek van ons vroumenslede het met Kelly gesit.
Some of our lady members were sitting with Kelly,
Hulle het met Kelly gesels.
talking to her.
Ek kon gehoor dat hulle het gepraat oor die maandag se gebeure.
I heard that they were talking about the happenings of the Monday.
Ek was nie lank daaronder gewees het een van my lede gekom om saam met my te gesels.
I wasn't long there down there, my Lord, when one of my members came to me and said he wanted to talk to me.
Die geselsbasis was gewees dat my ingelig dat Stefano en Boeta het genoem dat ons vir Kelly moet vra oor die verdwijning van Joshlin.
The talk was about Uta and Stefano saying that we must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
Toe ek dit hoor wat hulle vir my sê, is ek toe weer op na die seebode kantore toe.
When I heard that, my Lord, I went up again to the seaboard offices.
Toe ek daarbo kom, toe vind ek steeds vir Stefano in die kantoor waar hy gesit het
On
agter 'n
arrival,
tafel
I found Stefano still in the office where he was seated,
en Boeta het op 'n tafel gesit in die boordkamer.
and Buta was seated at the table in the boardroom.
Susan Fortuin het met my meegedeel dat
Sergeant Fortin then said to me, mentioned to me,
dat ek dink dit was Stefano wat eers gesê het ons ons moet vir Kelly vra oor Joshlin se verdwijning.
I think it was, we had to ask it was Stefano first who said we must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
En toe hy dit gebruik om met Boeta te gesels, het Boeta ook tot dieselfde gekom dat ons moet vir Kelly vra oor Joshlin se verdwijning.
When he used that, my Lord, and then that's when Buta also said we must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
Ons het vir hulle twee afsonderlik gevra wat bedoel hulle met dit? Hoekom moet ons vir Kelly vra?
We asked them individually, what do you mean about this? Why should we ask Kelly?
Ek kon sien en wat ek gehoor het van hulle twee onafsonderlik dat hulle wil nie vir ons sê hoekom ons vir Kelly moet vra nie en wat ons vir Kelly moet vra nie.
I could see, since they told us this separately, they wouldn't tell us as to why should we ask her.
Hoekom ons moet vir Kelly vra nie.
As to why we must ask Kelly.
Ek is toe besluit ek gaan nou afstap FCS kantore toe waar Kelly is.
Then I decided I'm going to walk down now to FCS offices where Kelly was.
Toe ek daar onderkom, het my lede nog steeds met haar gesels.
On arrival down there, my members were still talking to her.
Ek was nie lank daaronder gewees nie, 'n paar minute.
I wasn't there down there for a long time, just a few minutes.
Het een van die lede van my kom sê dat
One of the members came to tell me that
Stefano en Boeta het die indikasie gegee dat hulle die waarheid wil praat.
Stefan and Buddha wanted the opportunity for them to speak the truth.
Ek was onmiddellik op na die seebode kantore waar die twee gewees het.
I went immediately to the sea border offices where the two were.
Ek het met hulle gepraat.
Just a moment. So, up to this stage for the evening, you haven't interviewed Kelly yet? Because
Okay.
every time you're down there, you have to run back up.
For Caleb, you said nog fully.
Jy sê agbare en
That's the impression I get, like a yo-yo, up and down.
Aangezien hoe op en af was.
moe gestap gewees het agbare. En hoekom ek toe nie onmiddellik wil toe ek instap vir Kelly vra wat hulle sê nie, because ek gesien die lede het vir Kelly nou Kelly gesels, Kelly sit daar. So dan ek gaan wag vir 'n regte tyd om te interject met hulle interview.
The reason for me not asking her immediately when I get into it, Kelly was with the members while talking to her.
Maar een van die reëls is dat jy kom nie net in bars en iets vra nie.
One of the rules is that you don't just barge in and ask questions.
Terwyl ander mense of 'n ander speler besig is met 'n persoon met 'n onderhoud nie.
Whilst I take with someone else busy conducting an interview with someone.
Were the female members that were with her at FCS, were they having an interview with her, or were they just chatting about what happened that day?
Die indruk wat ek gekry het daaronder met die female lede van ons 'n klomp vroumense, soos Kobe, hulle almal was daar en nog ander lede is dat hulle praat met haar oor die saak. So en dan in between het hulle weer gepraat van die kinders. Ek weet nie of dit nou net 'n derailment gewees het, maar ek het dit is so gelos van
The impression I got, I think they were talking sometimes about the case, about the kids.
maar die meeste van die gesels gewees wat ek gehoor het was oor die saak gewees.
But the most of the information which I picked up was about about the case.
I interrupted you.
Ja, maar en lagbare ja, so ek was nog nie lank onderneem voor ek dit kon vir Kelly vra wat hulle twee gesê het, as ek toe weer op.
I could ask Kelly what they said. I had to go up again.
Ek het onafsonderlik met hulle albei gesels
I spoke to them separately.
en dit is daar waar ek met my aankoms by hulle albei het ek hulle ingelig van hulle regte.
That's when both of them informed them about their rights.
Ek het aan hulle genoem, ek verstaan dat julle die waarheid wil praat
I said to them, I understand that you want to speak the truth.
en hulle het sodoende dit aangedui.
That they indicated it to me. That's how they indicated to me.
Hulle het ook aangedui dat hulle hulle regte verstaan.
They indicated that they understand their rights.
Ek het, toe ek met hulle gesels het ek aan beide meegedeel dat as hulle gesels, julle gaan vir 'n offisier gesels, onafhanklik, dat hoe dit is, hoe dit werk, dat verklaring gaan afgeneem word, as julle bereid om verklaring af te gee.
As we were talking and explained to them that you would speak to an officer.
Hulle het aangedui dat ons bereid om 'n verklaring af te
You
gee.
can give a statement, and then they said, no, we're prepared just to give a statement.
Ek het vir hulle gevra toe net na hulle gepraat het van ek wil gevra het oor hulle die waarheid praat, het hulle vir ons verwys na iemand toe, 'n ander persoon toe.
After we just, they said that they want to speak the truth, that's when they referred us to someone else.
Ek
Are
het
they in separate rooms now?
Is hulle in verskillende kamers.
verskillende
Are
kamers,
they
ja.
still in separate rooms?
Sy verskillende kamers in Lagbare. Hulle albei het verwysing gemaak na 'n selfde persoon toe.
They both made a reference to the same person.
Vir hulle verduidelik dat wat dit behels die proses van die afneem van hulle verklaringe,
I explained to them what the procedure would be as far as taking up down their statements.
as ook gevra of hulle bereid is om vir ons te gaan uitwys waar die persoon bly.
Then we asked them, are you prepared as to go and point out to us where this person is residing?
Met die verduideliking van waar die persoon bly, het is agtergekom dat hulle praat van dieselfde persoon.
With explanation as to where this person was residing, we picked up they were referring to the same person,
En dat die huis baie maklik is om te kry.
and the house was very easy to be found.
Na dit is het ons kan jy my Lagber,
Krag is af. Sorry. Oh, allemaal.
Off. It's off. 1 2 1 2 off. Off. 1 2 1 2.
All of it's off. There we go. All right, so on the explanation given, you realize that the address would be easily found.
baie maklik het Lagber.
Very easy, my lord.
Ons het toe besluit dat hulle bly in die kantore waar hulle is.
Then we decided they'll remain in the office where they are.
Hulle bly met ons gaan lede by hulle sit om na hulle te kyk
We'll leave the members with them.
en ons gaan die informasie opvolg.
We're going to follow up this information.
Op daardie stadium was daar niks vir Kelly gesê van wat daarbo gepraat word nie.
At that stage, nothing was said, told to Kelly as to what the conversation was there, what was about up there.
Ons het so, dit was, ek dink net na 10 die aand,
I think it was just after 10 that night,
is ons toe af na die persoon se huis toe.
we went to this person's house.
Just one moment.
Is er voor
Just
11.
one moment. Just one moment.
Before 11, sorry, before 11.
I was just checking the time.
Het was wat 11 uur, net voor 11, net na 11 tyd.
11, just before 11.
Kamer lag maar. Daar ek dink dit was uniformlede wat op die perseel gewees het agtergebly van dit. Die instruksie was gewees dat Boeta en Stefano moet nog apart bly totdat ons terugkom.
The instruction was that Uta and Stefano must remain where they were until we come back, separate.
Van ons moet die informasie opvolg wat hulle met ons gedeel het.
Because we have to follow up this information they shared with us.
Ons het toe die persoon se huis gaan besoek waar
We
ons
went to visit this person's house where
ons toestemming gekry het om die huis te deursoek.
we received, we were allowed to search the house.
Ons het die persoon na ons was so ons het 3 ure by die huis gewees.
We were at this person's house for about 3 hours.
Die rede hoekom dit so lank geneem het was dat
The reason for it to take that long was that
ons het gewag op LCRC moet kom
we were waiting on LCRC to come,
en dat hulle die huis vir ons moet forensies deursoek.
that they would search the house for forensics through.
So hulle het die huis forensies geprosesseer vir ons.
They processed the house forensically the house.
Ons het ook die K9 honde gehad wat ook die perseel vir ons deursoek het.
We also had the canine dogs who came to the premises to search.
Na die voltooiing van die deursoeking by die persoon se huis,
After we finished with the search at this person's house,
het ons die persoon met die res van die familie saamgeneem na die perseel waar Seabode is.
then we took the person with the family to the premises where Seaborder is.
Van terwyl ons by die huis gewees het, edelagbare,
Because whilst we were at this house, my Lord,
het daar alreeds 'n klomp gemeenskaplede saamgedrom buite.
there were already a lot of community members gathering together.
Na die afloop van die dinge, soos ek gesê het, is ons terug na die Seabode kantoor met die persoon en die res van die familie en kinders.
After we arrived at the Seaborder offices, as I said, we left with the person and the family and kids.
Ons, by die aankoms, as ek toe na die FCS kantore toe,
On arrival, I went to the FCS offices,
waar ek die persoon se, die eggenoot en die kinders ook saam met ons gehad het.
Can you get around?
Die eggenoot en die kinders van die persoon, van die paar,
The father and the kids,
waar ek vir hulle toe gevra het en gewys het waar hulle kan tuis wees in die kantoor van die forensic social worker.
where I showed them where they could be welcomed
So,
with the social worker.
so do I take it the person that you refer to was a woman?
Dis reg, edelagbare.
Mr. Dama.
Sorry, my Lord, may I just ask, I don't think the last portion was translated, so just repeat, you took, I showed them where they can go to an office. Which office?
Het was die kantoor van die social forensic worker, edelagbare, wat by FCS se kantore sittend is.
So it's part of the FCS offices,
Dis korrek. Selle gebou.
there where Kelly was.
Dis korrek, edelagbare. nadat hulle in die kantore gemaklik gewees het,
After they were comfortable in these offices,
het was oplettend dat Kelly die kinders weet wie die kinders is.
it was observant that Kelly knew who the kids were.
Ons het nie gevra oor die diepte van die verhouding met die kinders nie, maar ons het net daar gelaat.
Can you herhaal het nie?
Ek het nie gevra die diepte van die verhouding, hoe sy die kinders ken nie.
I didn't ask as to how she knows the children. I just left it there.
Ons het toe die vrou geondervraag daar bo.
We questioned the woman up there.
Die ondervraging van die vrou was gehou in die boardroom van Boeta, was uitgehaal en in 'n ander kantoor gesit gewees.
This questioning of the woman happened in the boardroom because Buddha was removed out of the boardroom into another office.
En ons het toe die weergawe dat wat Boeta en Stefano met ons gedeel het,
Then we asked about the information Buddha and Stefano shared with us.
het ons toe aan haar gestel.
We put that to her.
Sy het met ons haar weergawe gedeel.
Then she gave us a version.
Agbare, ek wil net sê dat toe ek net maar vertel van hulle wil die waarheid praat, het agterna die onderhoud met die vrou gekom.
As I said earlier, after when the interview took you, then when they said wanted to speak the truth, that when the interview after that,
Van toe hulle vir ons vertel van die vrou, het hulle albei geen inkriminerende feite vir ons gegee wat vir ons die idee gegee het dat hulle betrokke is of wel miskien betrokke kan wees met 'n misdaad.
Referring, let the interpreter first interpret.
can I read us a bit?
Die tyd toe hulle al gesê het die eerste keer hulle wil ons om vir Kelly vry en hulle
When they first told us about it, was us Kelly.
en nadat het dit uitgekom waar hulle vir ons verwys het na die vrou toe.
That's when after that they referred us to this woman.
Toe het ons na die vrou se huis gaan doen en teruggekom.
We went to this house of this lady who came back.
Maar toe hulle vir ons gesê het,
When they told us,
het hulle geen melding gemaak of enige inkriminerende feite teen hulle gegee dat hulle betrokke is by die misdaad wat ons ondersoek nie.
no mention was made of information given to us that they were involved in this offense that we are investigating.
Van wat hulle gesê het was, die vrou sal ons weet of ons kan help wat Joshlin is, maar hulle weet nie wat Joshlin is nie.
This woman would probably tell us where Joshlin is, but they don't know where she is.
En dit het gelei dat ons besluit het om dit onmiddellik op te volg.
That's the reason that we immediately decided to follow that up.
Miss Sonneborn, shall we take a 10-minute comfort break?
Thank you, my lord. That would be good.
Let's make it till 14:45.
Thank you, my lord.
Court adjourned till 14:45.
of Sergeant Fontaine dat moment saam met binne gewees het of hy miskien later ingekom het nie. Maar ek weet ek en hy toen het gepraat daaroor.
I don't remember whether Sergeant Fontaine came with me in the later stage, but me and him spoke about it.
En dis toe waar ek gesê het, okay, gaan jy voort met die weergawe wat die dame vir ons gee?
And I said to him, proceed with the version that this lady is giving us.
Ek het ingestaan nog so vir 'n paar minute by die ondervraging van, ek dink dit was Stefano. Ja, Stefano.
I stayed in for a while during the questioning of Stefano.
En hy het net volgehou, die vrou, sy sal weet, sy kan vir ons inligting gee wat Joshlin is.
He kept on saying that if the lady knows, she can give you information where Joshlin was.
Ek het vir 'n tydjie buite gestaan.
I stood outside for a period
Ondervraging het aangegaan.
whilst the interrogation was carrying on.
Fontaine is toe weer in daar by Boeta se kantoor.
Then I went back into the office of Peter.
Fortuin.
Fontaine.
Did I understand you
went
correctly? It's
to
Fortuin.
Peter's office.
Ek het van die kant gesien, hy loop die hele tyd.
I could see that he was walking up and down witness
En ek
and
wou,
sitting with his finger, my lord.
op daai moment wou ek toe nie vir hom stop en vra wat gebeur nou hier, wat gaan aan nie.
At that stage, I wouldn't stop him to find out what was happening.
Ek het dus toe wat ek toe besluit het, ek gaan af na die FCS gebou toe.
That's when I decided I'm going to the FCS building.
En dit is toe wat ek nie lank onder gewees het nie, waar ek die boodskap gekry het dat alle twee oor die waarheid praat.
That's when, whilst not being long down there, that's when I received the information or that they wanted to see the truth.
Oh, I see. Because I couldn't understand.
I just mixed the incidents, my lord. Then, as I said earlier, I explained the rights to them. They still maintain that they wanted to speak the truth.
Bereidwillig.
They were, one child wanted to give a statement,
Bereidwillig.
willing to give a statement,
As ook die voorheen gesê die adres van die persoon te gaan uitwys.
and also to show this address of the person. That with that, then I suggested that we must keep them
Detain them.
detained.
Ja. Ek is toe af. Die tyd het
When I detained in charge of kidnapping and the other,
was hulle al twee sitte van hulle was
they were just seated in this chairs. They were sitting in these different offices.
Ek het opdrag gegee dat hulle moet nou aangehou word en dat hulle moet afgebring word na die FCS kantoor te so in 'n paar.
Then they must be detained, and after a few minutes must be brought down to the FCS office. I went to the office, the FCS offices.
Sy gesels, maar ek moes toe inkom in die gesels met haar, die onderhoud.
Our members were still having the conversation, but I had to intervene or get into this conversation.
Ek sê toe aan haar dat
I said to her, Buddha, them said, must ask you.
Sy het onmiddellik begin skree en aangaan en vloek en skel.
She immediately screamed, carried on, swearing.
Sy sê
Just pause there, just pause. Did you use the Afrikaans words as you said it?
ja, heel erg.
Did you use the facial expressions that you illustrated when you said it now in testimony?
Ek het my nou gesien vir jou vra.
So the witness raises his eyebrows, widens his eyes, and points forward as he's saying, "Ons moet vir jou vra." I specifically wanted to put the gesture on record. I could see when he testified, he gestured in that way.
Ek het sy toe begin te skel,
She started swearing.
skree, vloek.
Just a moment. When you say skel, what do you mean by that? Because it's interpreted as swearing, and I'm not sure whether swearing is the correct terminology, because swearing is in Afrikaans vloek.
Ja, sy het lelike goed gesê na Boeta en Stefano.
She said bad words towards Buddha and Stefano.
Van dit,
Can you remember the words?
dit is, ek kan nie al die woorde onthou nie, lag maar.
I can't remember all the words.
Maar daar was van die P-woord en die N-woord en
The P words and the N words.
Can you not remember? Or you're scared of being coming
Kan
to
u
me?
dit onthou nie of is u bang om dit te eten?
ek vloek nie so lelik nie, lag maar.
I don't swear that bad, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Well, counsel for the defense might insist that you say it aloud. But let's leave it for them.
Kan ek 'n interpreter kry vir daai? As ek dit self nie. Asseblief.
Mr. Blau is right next to you.
Yes, yes.
Ja,
It's late in the afternoon. It's good as if we can have a little humor in a very serious situation. Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord.
ek kan ook byvoeg dat dit het op 'n tyd geklink of sy met vir my vloek of vir ons vloek, maar ons moet maar laat deurgaan.
I just want to add, it sounded as if she was also swearing at us or scolding at us, but I just like, let it carry on.
Wat sy toe begin skree het, was dit sy geuiter dat hoe kan Boeta
Then she skip out the words, how can Buddha
dit doen aan my?
do this to me?
Ek het hom vertrou,
I trusted him,
ek is lief vir hom.
I love him.
Sy het daai woorde, of ek kan sê daai sin 'n paar keer oorgesê.
That sentence, she said that a few times.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê,
Then I said to her,
jy worry oor Boeta,
you worry yourself, you worry about Buddha,
maar jy worry nie oor Joshlin nie.
but you don't worry about Joshlin.
Ek het 'n mistake gemaak om dit vir haar te gesê het.
I made a mistake by telling that to her.
Van toe begin die skel en die volume van die stem het gestyg en aangegaan.
When she started swearing, and the volume of her voice increased.
Sy het iets genoem so, wat moet sy maak, my kind is weg.
She mentioned something like, what should I do? My child is gone.
Die geskel en gevloek van haar het aangegaan, sy het begin te huil.
The swearing, the scolding proceeded, and then she was crying.
Sy het toe ook in dieselfde asem beginne vloek en skel en
In the same breath, she scolded and swore.
en beledigings uitgeskree van haar familielede, uitgeskree.
Insulted.
Insulting some of her family members.
En dat sy vir hulle blameer
She was blaming them
vir die situasie wat sy in is.
for the situation she was in.
Edelagbare, die rede hoekom ek gesê het hulle moet vir Boeta en vir Stefano afbring van almal ons voertuie was al onder die FCS gebou geparkeer gewees.
The reason for me asking them to bring Buddha and Stefano down, because all the vehicles were down there by the FCS office.
En in die tyd toe Kelly nou so skel het die deur opgegaan en Boeta het verskyn.
During the time was Kelly was not swearing or scolding, then the door opened and then Buddha appeared.
Daar was Kelly toe na hom geskel en gevloek.
Then Kelly swear and scolded at him.
Na die van wat sy gesê het was, hoekom sê hy het alles so vinnig gebeur.
Of what she said as to why did he, everything happened so quickly.
Ek kan onthou ek het gehoor Boeta antwoord, maar het is mos jy sê vir die polisie iets in daai lyn.
And then I could hear Buddha saying that, please you tell the police something in that line, my Lord, that's what he says.
Ek het onmiddellik gesê, maar vat vir Stefano, nie sies toch vir Boeta, vat hom uit.
That's immediately I said for them to take Buddha out.
Gaan sit vir hom, sit vir hulle in die voertuig met verwysing na Boeta en Stefano.
And I referring to Buddha and Stefano, put them in the vehicle.
Hulle was toe in aparte voertuie neergesit.
They were now put into different vehicles.
Ek het die besluit gemaak dat Kelly moet aangehou word
I took a decision that Kelly should be detained
op die klagte van die kidnapping.
on the charge of kidnapping.
Ons het toe gepraat en gesê dat die SAP 14A, die notice of rights van 'n accused person van die polisie, moet gehaal word by die polisiestasie.
Then we said that the SAP 14 about the rights of the person detained would be fetched from the police station.
Ek kan nie onthou edelagbare vir wie ek gestuur het om dit te gaan haal nie, maar dit was gehaal gewees.
I don't remember who I sent to when to fetch them, but they were fetched.
In die tyd wat Kelly nog so aangeskel het, as ek toe uit om te kyk waar Stefano en Boeta is.
While during the time when Kelly was kept proceeding, swearing and scolding, I went out to see where Buddha and Stefano were.
Van die lede buite het my aangedui dat hulle in twee verskillende voertuie is.
The member then told me that they were in two different vehicles.
Ek weet in die een voertuig het ek gesê, maar is daar niemand?
Just one moment. Was it one member or more than one member? What I heard in the Afrikaans, you said van die lede.
Daar was
of the members?
van die polisie het buite gestaan in die parkeerarea.
So some of them told you.
Yes, alles in die voertuie.
What did they say?
Dat van gevra waar is Boetan Stefan de Shella was hulle in die voertuie.
I wanted to know from them where is Butan Stefano. Then they said in the 2 vehicles.
Van waar ek gestaan het voor die FCS gebou, die voertuig waar hulle gewys het, waar Stefano anders, het ek nie vir Stefano gesien nie.
From where I was standing in front of the FCS building, where they pointed out where Stefano was, in which vehicle, I couldn't see Stefano.
Ek het by tot die voertuig gegaan en gesien dat Stefano aan die slaap geraak het en dat Stefano op die agterste plek lê en slaap.
I went closer to the vehicle. That's when I realized that Stefano fell asleep and slept on the back seat.
Boeta was sittend in die kar agter in 'n ander voertuig.
Buta was sitting in another vehicle, seated at the back.
Ek kan nie sê of Boeta gesit en slaap het nie,
I can't say whether was he seated sleeping,
maar ek het gesien hy sit in die ander voertuig.
but I could see he was seated in the other vehicle.
Nie lank daarna nie was hulle toe na die 14 aangekom het, was hulle toe vervoer na die polisiestasies toe vir aanhouding.
After the SAP-14s were filled out, then they were taken to police station.
Were the SAP-14s completed there or anywhere else, if at all?
Die 14A's was daar by die Seaborde kantoor ingeval en aan hulle gedien gewees.
These 14A's were filled out at the sea border and then given to them.
Brigadier Nana was nog steeds in die
Just
FCS.
so that we don't miss anything. Were you involved in that process of completing and handing over the SAP-14As?
Was u betrokken in die voltooiing en die oorhandiging van die SAP-14's?
Nee, edel maar
No, my lord.
ek het vir die lede opdrag gegee om dit aan hulle te gee.
I gave orders to the members to give them.
Ek praat nou in 'n direksie dat ek kan nie onthou of ek vir Brigadier Nana approach het na hulle weg is of of hulle is nog gewag het vir die 14A nie, maar ek het sodoende vir Brigadier Nana in die kantoor gaan sien en vir hom gevra dat om te reël vir offisiere vir die afneming van die
You can stop now. My lord.
Why do you stop him midway? If he says for the taking of the statements, it's because there's nothing in that.
No, in itself it's not incriminating, indeed.
Just so that the sentence is completed,
No.
because he stopped him mid-sentence.
My apologies. Extra cautious.
Yeah. So Brigadier Nana was going to arrange
my versoek
for
was
officers.
as ook hy moet vra van die offisiere vir lede buite die ondersoekspan om te help met die vervoer van Stefano en Boeta na die persele waar die verklarings geneem gaan word.
My request to Anana, Brigadier Anana, was also to get people separate from this investigating team to take Buta and Stefano to different where they were going to make these statements.
Just to step back, do you know which police stations they were taken to be detained?
Weet u na watter polisiestasie hulle toegeneem was om te vir aanhouding?
Ek het later die dag verneem dat hulle almal was Sladanha Bay polisiestasie toegeneem.
I later learned that all of them were taken to Sladanha police station.
Was that what you had requested or instructed?
My versoek,
Was het die versoek of was het order?
my versoek was geweest dat hulle moet na verskillende polisiestasies toegeneem word.
My request was that they should be taken to different police stations.
En dit is waar ek het na my versoek het ek dit opgevolg onmiddellik die oggend het.
I didn't follow up immediately that morning after my request, my lord.
Just can you give us an idea as to what time this then was, that this process was now complete and you instructed that they must be detained?
Kan u mondelik sê hoe laat sou dit nou wees waar dat u versoek gemaak het en dat hulle moet nou aangehou word?
Dit was omtrent naby 3:30 die oggend
It was close to 3 in the morning
van die 5de
of the 5th.
Februarie.
Vijfde.
Die 5de dag. Dinsdag die 5de.
Tuesday the 5th, my lord.
Before they were transported to the police station to be detained, did you interact with them again?
Voordat hulle so vervoer was na die polisiestasie, het u weer met hulle interaksie gehad?
Is dit nou die oggend?
Yes,
In
that
the morning.
morning.
Die laaste wat ek van hulle gesien het was daaronder by die FCS kantore.
The last time I saw them was down there at the FCS offices.
Was this now before you saw them in the vehicles or after you saw them in the vehicles?
Is dit voordat u vir hulle voertuig gesien het of nadat u in die voertuig gesien het?
Hulle twee was in die voertuig gewees.
The two of them were in the
Stefano en Boeta.
Stefano and Uta.
En Kelly was nog in die FCS gebou gewees.
Kelly was still in the building of the FCS.
All right. My Lord, I think at this stage it is appropriate that we will enter the trial within a trial for the rest of the proceedings that happen thereafter, if that's in accordance with this court. May I just add that as far as this witness's testimony is concerned in the main trial, which we are in still, I might need to, or I will definitely have to lead his evidence just with regards to later investigation that happened
No, that's fine.
way after.
But insofar as it relates to the leading up to the statements that's now been arranged by Brigadier Nana,
Yes.
effectively, it straddles both sides of the main trial and the trial within the trial. So, Mr. Harms, are you ready to start cross-examination?
My Lord, no, unfortunately not, my Lord. After all of this evidence, I need to sit with my client. Because there's a lot of detail about what happened from the 2nd or the 3rd of March. I think, yeah, the 3rd and 4th of March, which is not contained in the further which is not contained in the further particulars that we've received. Also, all the evidence by this witness, what transpired when my client arrived at Seaborder, and all the interviews and everything there. This is all new. This is all new. I have instructions from my client as to what he said in broad, what he remembers, but as to response to what was given evidence about now, and that whole night and day, the 4th and the 5th, I need to sit with you.
The relevance for the trial within a trial would be from their encounter at Seaborder. At Seaborder.
Yeah.
That's where the trial within the trial portion starts. So I'm going to allow cross-examination from there on. The rest is all part of the main trial.
Yes, yes.
So it's from the time that he know of and he testified about that he encountered them at Seaborder. So remember, that's where he met the accused. How long will it take you?
Sorry, my Lord.
How long will it take you?
My Lord, I can't see that it will take less than half an hour. I need to make some...
Half an hour will give us 3:45. All right. Let's do the following. I am going to adjourn now. We're going to start at 9 tomorrow morning. And the reason why I don't want to start earlier than 9 o'clock is because all of us will have to pack up our accommodations where we are and then get ready for when we finish here tomorrow afternoon to go home. Otherwise I would have started earlier, but I know I have a lot of things to pack. Now, we had an arrangement that we can go up till 4 today. So any consultations can take place this afternoon so that we don't waste time in the morning. So we start at 9. And then we're going to see how far we get. I've indicated to counsel in chambers that ideally one would have wanted to adjourn earlier tomorrow because we need to pack up here. Although we're coming back next week, for the next 2 weeks at least. For now, we're coming back for 2 weeks, but we will not be sitting on Monday. I'm using the opportunity just to explain to everyone why we're not sitting on Monday with this case. The High Court term actually ends tomorrow. So the next 2 weeks would have been a recess. But we've decided to work through the recess. But it came as a surprise to both the prosecutors and the defense when I called them to my office on Tuesday morning this week. So unfortunately, most of the role players had other things planned as from Monday. And the compromise that I made was I will give you Monday to go sort out your life and your diaries. It's a sacrifice made by them to be here. And for that reason, I was prepared to say, okay, let's then start on Tuesday. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, Malmesbury, Ms. Smith, Langebaan. I know that you transported separately. You are not part of the trial within a trial. So there may not be a need for you to stay a little bit longer this afternoon. Yes, you're not part of the trial within a trial. So they might leave with you sooner than they leave with the two other accusers, just so that you know.
My Lord, I just want to request, if it's possible, that my client and I suspect accused two to be brought here tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock.
Can it be done, Mr. Morris? Can it be done that they're here at 8 o'clock in the morning?
It will be much appreciated. Thank you.
I got an indication from the police that they will assist to get them here early in the morning. So, Captain, I don't know what your experience is about testifying in the courts. We have not started your cross-examination, so you may still consult with the prosecutors. If anything new that's not in the statements, Ms. Swanepoel, comes to light in a discussion between yourself and the investigating officer, prosecutors, just give your colleagues a heads up early enough, either early tomorrow morning or this evening, to say, listen, he's going to testify about this still, so that they can prepare on it so they're not caught by surprise, and that we don't have to adjourn unnecessarily. We're going to try and see how far we get tomorrow. If I can accommodate the parties to cut a bit of the time, we'll do that, but I can't promise you anything. It's still a full court day, so we must try and utilize the time. It's unfortunate that if we have witnesses traveling up and down from Cape Town, just to be told we can't help you today, but things happen, just so that we know. Ms. Smith, just check with the court orderlies before you leave. Ms. Pillay, Constable. So if she needs medication, that they arrange it there at Langebaan for her, so that we don't have a repeat tomorrow. Thank you, the court ledger.
King.
Because of the eviction, my name, I don't want to say my name in front of them because they are busy attacking me, so I'm scared. Yes, at Sondela village, we came at, we are staying at Sondela village. Sondela village, we are a foreign nation. So 2002, but keep a foreign nation. But I keep a foreign nation, I'm a South African. But what's right for Sondela village. So after Ishra, there's another social development they call Ishra. They call Ishra. So Ishra so Ishra, it's because it's a challenge. He doesn't want to listen to the tenants. As we are tenants, South African people, this is misale to pay rental to the Shra. The challenge of Shra doesn't want to talk to us, so doesn't want to sit down with us. As we are tenants, always they treat us about eviction. Since from last year they told us about eviction, they wanted to evict us. Even now on the 5th of April, they wanted us to evict us. We went to the municipality on the 30 January. We went to the municipality, to all the stakeholders from municipality, to tell the municipality about indlela esihlukumezeka ngayo lapha eSondela village at Springs. So, because all the time is coming to our unit. After that, they want to evict us. Security, they are attacking us. We are not free. So, as Sondela village, South African people on Stratford, we are not going anywhere. It's better to come and kill us. It's better our country. Actually, we are looking for the mayor. If the mayor can come and assist us, the mayor can come and tell us what we want. Because we are tired about being victimized, about foreign nation and number one at South Africa. What about South Africans? Because we vote. What about women of South Africa? On Stratford and Sondela village, we are not going anywhere. All those flats must belong to us. We don't have RTPs. Since it's some RTPs, since they want the Ratengana. But when it comes to people from outside, it's better South Africa kill us. It's better women kill us. So that if they can kill us, I think things is going to be okay. Because they want to kill us, they want foreign nation to stay around in South Africa. It's better they take all the foreign nation and they kill us South African on Stratford, Sikatele, on the city.
Libito la ka ke nna Winnie wa Serakalai ke dula ko Faru Park. Ko Faru Park ke 3 complexes ke PAD ke represent the PAD Faru Park, Airport Park and Denver. Re a sokola re tlhokometse ke CEO o motjha wa Bitlileng. Come on. Ngamani. CEO hanya ko bolela le rena next. Try to private securities to kill us. As you can see the picture around. They were abused. How apply RDP, RDP, got the same place you every by expect 4,000 rand. As you can see now, the whole Ekurulen housing, fetsa o bolela le batho ba ko Springs ke yona problem e re nang le yona rona mo PAD re na le 2 weeks re sa robale re bitsa maphodisa a ba re thuse ka sena re bitsa streaming ya lesufi a re thuse ka sena re bitsa mayor that's why today re monyaka a ba re thuse ka sena maphodisa a ba re thuse ka selo ntho e fitla fela ke security se wela security rice sign security le zonke bonke zonke thata zonke ke bona ba tama ene ba re bubitsa le maabane gore ba sa tloba mo till the end of the year. You can see how they vandalize our premises. Abari evict, abari mutawore, bato timela electricity. Aretse bona ba kile bana le authority ba inkile kai. Authority ba timela electricity. Sama thoma ga ba fitle ka buka. Bare o tshwantse o ngwadisa lebitso la hao. Le unit number. O ngwadisa go lebitso le unit number. Go mothosa mtsebeng. Security no ga. Re botsisa gore na wena o mang o tlile ka mabaka a mafeng. Abana answer ba re bana le court order. Court order produce it. That's when they start shooting us. Our 3 people are in hospital as we speak. Because Baba shooting unarmed people. The phone of the police are shooting us. CEO, Hanya Koribon, Tribal Itemam, Kur will the false cases. Kur will the false cases or another vandals. But you will engage, what tell me. Now, Urena, Kirnari, to be engaged. I don't know something little cockeye. Thank you.
Asimamelaneni. Umeya nesikhathi esiningi angithi. Cela ukuthi omunye wena akhulume. Hayi umuntu oyi-1.
Okay, yeah, no, I will introduce myself first. My name is Robert Makoka. I'm a resident Faro Park. We are here for, handing off our grievances to the mayor. As abahlali bala Ekurhuleni, we are not happy about the service that we receive from those who are custodian or those who are leading or managing us from those premises, of which is Faro Park, Delville, Chris Hani, and Abbott Park. The issue that we have, I will read it through so then the mayor can listen and he needs to give us attention. All those pictures in the placard that you can see there, they have got the pictures of people who currently, some of them, they are hospitalized because of the Ekurhuleni, of which the mayor is the one who have got all the shoulders, which means if ever, whatever that is happening in Ekurhuleni, we all know that he's aware about what is happening. The worst case scenario is that whatever that we have reported to the police, they never acted on protecting the residents. Then it shows that the mayor is aware about what is happening. But for now, we are here to hand over the grievances. So then if ever is not going to respond positively to our grievances, then he mustn't be surprised when we turn Jimison Ekurhuleni to flies. If ever we are not going to be receiving any positive response from him, then the Jimison will be turned to flies. That is what we are here for. All right, give me a moment and we listen attentively. Mr. Mayor, we are here. Also, first of all, we respect you for the time that you have provided to us. We appreciate that. We are not going to waste your time. We know you are a very busy man. First of all, on the 18th March 2025, the security came in under the instruction of Zingisani Kaman, of which is the CEO of EHAs, with a mandate to shoot to kill the resident, of which is already happening. We have got a resident that are lying in hospital as we speak. Those are the residents that were unarmed, that were not fighting. Then switch off the electricity, of which we have got the videos that it shows the security that was sent by the EHC CEO to come to our residential area. They were vandalizing those electricity boxes, and they've told us that they're still gonna come and vandalize them because they want us to fill them and start buying on their roads. We engaged with them that we don't fight. All right, we don't fight, but we need the CEO to come to us and inform us on the new development. We were told that they don't report to us, they are here to work. EMPD intervened because these people were heavily armed. They left, then come back and say they were given 3 million. So need to work. Police and EMPD, they are on their side. They have their big boss who are giving out instruction to them to kill us. They are a company, we are not going to do anything to them as they have high-profile politicians that are benefiting of their tenders. Additionally, assaulting of a resident by the security, terrorizing children and a resident with guns, intimidating of resident and our children with live ammunition, insulting resident, commanding and violently intimidating the resident with live gun and stay inside of the house, violently restricting movement of the resident and violently forcing resident not to move, violent requesting resident to provide them security with their identity document that is against the POPI Act, and car license in order for the resident to gain entry into our place of residence. Is that all that we're doing? Amanda! Amanda! My leader. Good. Oh, okay. No, it's Faro Park, Nisani, Delville, Airport Park. No, we said the CEO must come and talk to us. If ever, we still have a case, that is in court as we speak, due to those other, shenanigans in terms of whether it's the RDP or not RDP. Yeah. But whoever will need to prove the point. But the problem that we have currently, that we face, is about the security that have been deployed by the CEO. Yeah. That is brutality come to the residential area with the rifles, of which is against the law of South Africa, of which we cannot allow them. If ever you as a mayor, you allow the security to come to the residential area where we have got the children with the rifle, what the message are you sending to the Ekurhuleni residents, of which is against in the law? Then that is our frustration as we speak. Please, we want you to address the matter.
Now you are not illegally invading.
No, we are not illegally invading. We have got a title deed.
Oh, you've got title deed?
Yes, we have got those documents that we have been given, provided by EHC when we enter the house, which means we are the custodian.
It's lease agreement.
It's a lease agreement.
So it means in your rent, the property, you feel good about it, you must be given this.
Exactly, but we need to be addressed properly. What needs to happen? Yes. Yes. But to send the security to come and react in a brutality way, that is unacceptable. And of which we are under impression that you already knew what is happening. Because some of the people, Robert McCock, because some of the people, they already lie in hospital, and when we try to open the case against about that brutality, through that security, we are blocked by the official, of which the staff doesn't want to listen to our concept.
So you are a community...
No, I'm the resident. No, I'm telling him now. That is what I'm addressing. Sorry? I'm in Faro Park. I'm representing all those, 4 areas. Faro Park, Airport Park, Delville, as well as Krisani. Please, you cannot allow, those kind of brutality to happen in a residential area. You have seen it? Yeah, you have seen it. What is happening? Amanda! Asimunikeze any option.
Awethu. Sanibona bahlali. I'm told by Robert Onimele ne ukuthi uyi-resident eFaro Park. So nina nihlanganise abahlali baseFaro Park, base Airport Park, Delville and Krisani. And these are properties of the municipality, ne? Yes. Ama rental stock kamasipala. Ngokwazi ngokomthetho wethu. Sine housing project ke, sine division housing. Enikeza abahlali njengoba bengideliver khona la ukuthi sina about 283 abantu abaregistile ngithi kwa housing database. Esibekhela ama mega housing, ama service stands, i-reblocking la basahlala emikhukhwini kuma backyard dwellers and all that. Mara lama package la sinawo arunwa i-company yethu ebizwa Ekurhuleni Housing Company. They are designed as a rental stock. It's a rental market, but it's a lowered rental market. No, man. Listen what you will raise your concern if ever you disagree with him. Yeah, but listen to you. Let me tell you, government, we have a problem. You go to Jimistin and our CBDs. Many of properties are hijacked, including our own rental stock la kuhlala khona abantu ongamelanga bahlale khona bangaprocesswanga and all that. But we might know some of your issues ukuthi abanye benu nithi no besihlala la ngesikhathi ngisasebenza manje mela ngiyekuphi angithi. I'm saying
Mamelani, please any chance.
No, I continue. Maybe ke mhlamba senzeni so ke. Kwenzela ukuthi sithi yabona la ngikhona ngino MMC we department. Now baba uwolo uyospethele human settlements, right? And then it's no what cancel la niyamasmos. Angene ngamfona what cancel ukhethwa abahlali base what 35. Now ngithi thina siyabantu bomthetho. Now what we gonna do? Ukuthi si receive the memorandum uzoyisayinela uzinzile uyophethe ize service delivery office lami. Imani. So that nina ne representation yenu, I'm sure Robert unabantu abawu3 abawu2 akasebenza nabo. Sifaka umhlangano etafuleni. Ngithi mina ngithe ngiyanichazela the way I understand my issues. Nathi So manje sizoyizwa kahle sijele etafuleni. uRobert azoyipresenta. Ne? Azopresenta your issues, because I can see abanye babhalile we need title deeds. So sizoyixoxa ukuthi cha kunento ye title deed we rental stock. So ukuthi abanye bethu bathi sifuna lezi ndlu kube izithu and all that. What we know is that it's a lease agreement. Umuntu nomuntu othola i-rental we sign lease agreement, and in the lease agreement there are certain conditions. But I don't want to go a lot to that conversation la estratini wangiyabona ngathi ngikofe partner wrong. Mara ngithi mina ngiyileta ngumeya ngibekwe abahlali. Amelanga ba ndiweli menemene. Yebo. Amelanga ngibe menemene ningibekelanga la ukuthi ngibe menemene. So what I don't do, what I'm not going to do is to tell lies. Right? Is to tell lies. No, the problem is, yes, I asked them. We must know that the package is a rental program. And we've got lots of our properties that are invaded by illegal people in Jim. It's a major issue. Others are foreign nationals, others we don't know them and all that. Now we're saying, let's appreciate no, I'm sure I see. What we must do? What we must do? Iman. What we must do? Let's allow when Robert the committee yako needs a squad to see present in greater detail. No, we don't do things like that. Let him memorandum here,
Yeah, no, we already remember. Hey, Winnie.
Yeah, so okay. So like that, you go to team here, is only represent the man that you want to.
No. Remember, he will tell us. He will address us in regard to that security.
Okay, no, we're about to know.
Yeah, but please, for now, I don't want that kind of... No, it's fine.